Chapter 788. Break All Ties. Chapter 788. Break All Ties. Proofreader, Papatonks. Looking at Venerable Bai's furious glare with a cold eye, Qiao'er mocked. "Oh Bai, you sure are something to run so far. Men, slaughter him." "Yes." The guys behind him bowed and cupped their hands. The fiends hurriedly intervened. "Wait, just what is going on? Wuyue, why are you trying to kill Venerable Bai? The sect is under attack. Shouldn't we first deal with the enemy and then talk this out?" "Deal with the enemy?" Venerable Bai disdained. "Fatty Yang, I thought you were with him, appearing here to stop me. That's why I attacked. I never thought you'd be so stupid. Ha ha ha, what enemy attack? There are only traitors." Fiend Yang shook and looked in shock. "What traitors?" Venerable Bai smirked, looking only at Qiao'er with disgust. Qiao'er was filled with bloodlust. "Oh Bai, I am the true sect leader of Demon Scheming Sect. You wanted to take my seat, you are the real traitors. Rotten scum, someone like you who brings an outside sect to kill your sect disciples and hunt down the stragglers is not fit to be a sect leader. I only requested sect leader Ren and sect leader Xian's help to pacify the chaos. You forced me to do this." Qiao'er squinted. "Where have I gone wrong? Why must you choose a kid only 5 years in the sect over me? You even changed the rules for him. Humph, your cruelty knows no bounds. You only know fear and never to be benevolent. The sect has been weak with you at the helm. You're not worthy of that seat. Demons like you have the gall to talk about kindness? We're a demonic sect. How am I to get you to fall in line if not by being a bit harsh? What about the sect rules?" Hi Qiao'er, this is where you lack. Zhuofan is also stubborn, but he does it so everyone accept his decisions. You only know how to bluster and threaten. An aimless demon like you has no future. Qiao'er's face twitched and clenched his fists. What path, what Tao? You're just like that old geezer. Ha ha ha, in the end, I only took another method to take back my seat, pushing Zhuofan off it. Ha ha ha, in the end, it's just a way to make me step down and get Zhuofan on top. Ha ha ha, unfortunately, you'll never get the change. The final victory is me. Die. Qiao'er charged at the weakened Venerable Bai, clawing at his chest under the savage attack. Venerable Bai's beard fluttered, but he glared in hatred at Qiao'er with the same mocking smile, as if to say, "You were never worth being a sect leader." Qiao'er grew outraged and put more power in his attack, wanting to take his heart. Hold on a minute. The shout was coming from Fiend Yang, who stood between them. Ugh. Startled, Qiao'er halted, glaring coldly at him. "Stand down." "Wuyue, is this true?" Fiend Yang did not wait for his response. "Did you bring other sects to kill your fellow people, just to steal a seat?" "It's not stealing a seat when it's mine to begin with." Bam! Qiao'er did not finish as a punch sent him 10 meters backward, blood leaking from his mouth. Fiend Yang's fist shook, but what was more overwhelmed was his heart. "Is this what you meant by doing everything for the sect, to take it higher?" Fiend Yang roared with a shaky voice, wiping his mouth. Qiao'er glared. "Since I worked for it, I have to be compensated. It makes no sense that I'd be kicked away after we became a middle 3 sect, and let some ungrateful bastard take over. Fatty Yang, step down, or I'll put you down." Qiao'er stomped forward with a cold face. The fierce bloodlust coming from him was heavy. "Fatty Yang, you were never my match." Fiend Yang raised an eyebrow and faltered, but he steeled himself and shouted, "I am a demon scheming sect venerable, and I won't stand and watch as my fellow sect member gets killed." "Fine, then, step down. This is sect leader's order. I want to take down this traitor." "Bullshit, you're no sect leader, not after you brought enemies and killed your fellow sect members." Fiend Yang shouted as he exploded in power. Qiao'er shook and roared, "Even you betray me?" Qiao'er charged. Fiend Yang's heart shook, but he gritted his teeth and made a sign. A yellow fireball appeared and smashed for Qiao'er. Meteor. Humph, just an earthen soul. It's truly a fit for a fatty, all empty inside and useless. Qiao'er mocked. With a draconic roar, a black flood dragon came out from Qiao'er. It flicked its tail and struck the fireball when the fireball faded and returned to Fiend Yang. He shook and spat blood, being hurt so easily it showed the gap between them. Die, fatty? Qiao'er clawed at his chest with all his bloodlust. Flood dragon claw. The other two fiends cried out, never imagining Qiao'er would be so ruthless as to kill Fiend Yang, his friend for centuries, but not even they could stop Qiao'er. They unleashed their souls to block, but the flood dragon's tail whipped them away and sending them coughing blood. SSS. Its sharp claws came like lightning on Fiend Yang. Qiao'er grinned cruelly. Fiend Yang sighed and shook his head with closed eyes. I have been overconfident when I never managed to beat you once. If I knew it would come to this, I would have never saved you. Bai was right. Seizing your power was better than letting the sect fall like this. Qiao'er's claw halted before his chest. Qiao'er remained like this, then took back his attack and simply kicked Fiend Yang yak. With a wail, Fiend Yang was sent a dozen meters away and forced to spit blood, with teeth in it and my tooth. Fiend Yang's mouth shook and shrieked, "Damn you, Qiao'er, kill me if you want to, but don't torture me like this. At least on account of me saving you back then." Fatty Yang! The shout startled Fiend Yang. He looked up to see Qiao'er's cold face. Qiao'er turned to the other fiends and sighed, "And you too, I'll let you off today, but the next time I see you, all ties are broken. Then I'll treat you like the traitors you are, sparing none." Qiao'er flicked his sleeve and ripped it off to prove his decision. He turned around and led his men away. Only the three of them shook and looked at the sleeve on the ground with a sigh. From now on, they and Qiao'er were no longer brothers. Venerable Bai took a deep breath and made a heavy bow. "Forgive me, Venerables, I misunderstood you. We're on the same side." The trio shared a bitter smile. "Yeah, we're no longer with Qiao'er from here on out." They took the wounded Venerable Bai and sped away, not wanting any more pursuits. Qiao'er said that he would kill them if he met them again, so the farther they went the better. At the same time, other survivors were frantically fleeing for their lives from Qiao'er's men. Chapter 789, Support. Chapter 789, Support. Proofreader, Papatonks. Grandfather. In the Black Forest, the fiends were helping Venerable Bai run away under the pale moonlight. Suddenly, a cry got them all to stop and look to see Bai Lian coming over with others. Venerable Bai was relieved to see his granddaughter. "Lianer, thank God you escaped." Bai, we just met with these kids. How are you together?" Venerable Qi came out of nowhere and looked at the fiends. Understanding his wariness, Venerable Bai explained what happened, making him let go of all suspicion and treat the fiends as fellow people in need. They all talked about what they knew and sighed at the whole story. "I never knew Venerable Sure was such a schemer." After Steward Zhua. "We're just too careless." Because the inner sect calmed down, we thought they gave up, but they had us in the end. Venerable Qi growled in anger. Venerable Bai frowned. "High Venerable and sect leader Zhua might be dead by now. Stragglers like us are barely numbering 50. Now that we have Qiao'er hunting us, where are we to go?" In any case, Western Land's territories had already been fixed. No matter where we go, we'll either be hunted or cast out. We have no choice but to flee Western Lands and think of another place. Grand Elder shook his head. "You think it's that easy? Thousands upon thousands of miles around us belong to the Empire's 3 guardian sects. Our only way is to go through Tianyu and then Quanrong. But there's the beast-taming sect there and the Empire's 3 guardian sects in Tianyu." "Tianyu!" Qiao'er lit up and shouted. "Isn't Master's clan Tianyu's number 1? When we attacked Mystical Heaven sect, we fought side by side. Now that we're in danger, they have to help us." "Well," Grand Elder frowned and hesitated. "Forget it, mortal clans are cold. They might look after us if sect leader Zhua had been around, but with him gone, they would never accept us. Maybe they would sell us out the minute we meet, handing us over to Qiao'er." "No way. I've met their clan head and he's a very upright and loyal man. Ha ha ha, girl, you're too young. How can there be a loyal man in the world? Everyone only looks after themselves. Moreover, sect leader Zhuo is a demonic cultivator. With his shrewdness, his clan must be devious as well. Why would they get on the Empire's 3 guardian sects' bad side just for a bunch of stragglers? Grand Elder shook his head. The way I see it, we're better off not entrusting our fate to others. The others nodded as well. Only Qiao'er pouted and grumbled. She had been in dire straits with them, and saw Luo Yunhai to be trustworthy. Venerable Bai's eyes lit up. Maybe we should give Tianyu a try. The others turned to him. Venerable Qi frowned. Tianyu is part of the 3 sects' territory. It's too dangerous with so many ears about. It's because of that it's safe. Grinning, Venerable Bai was sure of it. Think about it. Xiaoyue would never think we'd lay low under his nose, right in Tianyu. He'll be sending his men anywhere else. So as long as we're fast enough, we'll be out of it before they find this out and escape danger. Startled, the others gave a thumbs up, and so, the group planned on using Tianyu's vast area to leave Western lands for a new place to live. 3 months later, in a thick forest, gasps were heard as dozens of men passed through. In this time, the group had split up to lure their pursuers away, then take the long way around to Tianyu and escape. Are we all here? Venerable Bai shouted. They all nodded. Venerable Bai, everyone is accounted for. Then let's pass through Tianyu and reach Quanrong soon. Venerable Bai nodded and took the lead. They had yet to go far before a cackle reached their ears. A bunch of oldies think they can live after what they did in Mystical Heaven sect. Whoosh. Figures had the group surrounded as 100 experts in the ethereal stage showed their power. The group was mixed, and Venerable Bai saw among them people from Heaven Trailing sect, and a few from Mystical Heaven sect and Demon Scheming sect. Curses! There's so many of them. If it were just Mystical Heaven sect and Demon Scheming sect, we might have fought our way out of this mess. But there's Heaven Trailing sect as well. There was no way these few men could handle so many experts. Venerable Bai frowned and gnashed his teeth. Ha ha ha, Venerable Bai, you've been in the Demon Scheming sect for a while, and should know Venerable Shi's cunning. You think he couldn't figure out your plan? The safest place is the most dangerous, ha ha ha. You sure worked hard to run us around in circles, but too bad none of us fell for it. An elder in black came out and mocked. Venerable Bai knew he was an inner elder and was filled with regret. They had been going around all these days only to end up playing in their hands. Venerable Bai looked at Venerable Qi, who said, "Oh Bai, let's fight to the last." Fight? You can't do anything as you are. Grinning, the elder in black sneered. Ever since you decided on Tianyu, everything else was but a string of mistakes that settled your fate. They were outraged but helpless. This decision had indeed led them to a dead end, from which none could escape. But then a voice filled with disdain came from the forest. A mistake? Ha ha ha, that's what you've done. Coming to Tianyu was the right choice. A what? The elder in black shook and looked around. Who's there? There's support. A couple dozen people, ethereal stage experts, with 5 being above the 5th layer, showed up. Qiao'er cried in joy. Elderly, is it really you? Snickering, Li Jingtian laughed. We came to help you, now attack together. Sure. Venerable Bai was excited, never imagining their ally would come to help in this dire time of need. The Luo clan was a godsend. Venerable Bai's group unleashed their power and charged while Li Jingtian's side attacked from the outside. In a blink of an eye, the hunter became the hunted. Thrown into chaos, the Black Elder cried out, "Who are you to stop Tianyu's 3 guardian sects?" Ha ha ha, I don't know much about 3 sects, just that you're blocking our guests. Elderly laughed and slapped the man. Replied with a palm attack. Bam! Li Jingtian was both powerful and ferocious, making the Demon Scheming sect elder spew blood and fall back. The others were unsettled at this event. With the Luo clan's 5 experts in the lead, they were charging like a relentless force. The pursuers of Venerable Bai had no chance whatsoever. They might be 100, but the Luo clan and Venerable by joining forces only numbered around 60 while having a different level of quality, not lacking in power at all no matter how many they were. When morale fell, they would only retreat finally. The pursuers were now caught in the middle, having lost their savagery, forced to scurry around and flee. Even as they did so, they could not understand why they were routed despite having more people on a far peak. A man and a woman stood, Luo clan's Shadow Corps leader, Lei Yuding and commander of Luo clan's forces. Yu Ming, seeing the fight was settled, Lei Yuding nodded. It's just like you said. The elders were enough to defeat them all. In a meeting of rivals, the ferocious one has the upper hand. Yu Ming's eyes flashed. Sometimes a fight can be as brief as a thought, to fight or not to fight. This is enough to settle it. The elders had struck hard from the start, winning with merely 20 people. All right, our rescue mission is over. Now it's up to Ling Wuchang's plan. Yu Ming left and Lei Yuding watched him go with a smile before following. Not far, in a city, Ling Wuchang and Luo Yunhai were enjoying a wee cup of tea. Chapter 790, The Three Sages Act. Chapter 790, The Three Sages Act. Proofreader, Papatongs. Clan head, you don't look the least bit nervous. Sitting refined in the lounge, Ling Wuchang sipped on his tea while giving Luo Yunhai a smile. Luo Yunhai was unfazed. With Sir Ling so certain in his plan, then all must be assured. How would worry help at this point? Ha ha ha, clan head, you hold me in such high regard and trust. Touched, Ling Wuchang smiled. Over the years, Luo Yunhai had shown complete trust in his aides, making these old coots feel their efforts being rewarded and being loyal in return. Luo Yunhai did not speak, only smiled. Later, footsteps were heard as Li Jingtian's booming voice echoed, "Clan head, we have brought them. Show them in." Luo Yunhai stood up and shouted in joy. Ling Wuchang smiled and stood as well. The door was opened and Li Jingtian led Venerable Bai's group to sit in the lounge. Seeing Luo Yunhai, they all showed their thanks. "Thank you, Luo clan head, for the timely rescue. Please don't mind it, take a seat." Luo Yunhai glossed over. The Luo clan had been brought up by Brother Zhuo alone. As you are his trusted aides, then we are all on the same side. Finding out that you're in peril, it's only my duty to come help. We have fought shoulder to shoulder after all, ha ha ha. Luo Yunhai's bright laughter entered their ears and made them lower their heads. They were still doubtful the Luo clan was to be trusted, yet the clan head himself proved that loyalty hadn't yet died in the world. Just because of their connection with Zhuofan, the clan head risked his men to save them. This action of the Luo clan had painted a target on them, becoming an enemy of the three sects. They all felt ashamed, with Venerable by taking a step forward and making a deep bow. "Luo clan head, we've dragged you into this. You could have stayed outside of the three sects' troubles, but now..." "Elder Bai, it's fine. Since someone wants to take out Brother Zhuo, we, the Luo clan, are already involved." Luo Yunhai's eyes flashed, his face hard. "When I became clan head, I vowed that Brother Zhuo's enemies are Luo clan's enemies. No matter who it is or how many, the Luo clan will have Brother Zhuo's back all the way." Shaking, they all were impressed by Luo Yunhai's valor. Just what kind of friendship could he have to give everything for one man, even his whole clan? No wonder Steward Zhuo wanted to give up being sect leader. This man was worth following. Venerable Bai and the others admired him. Not even in their long years in the demon scheming sect had they seen such a worthy man to follow. The demon scheming sect only cared about self-interest, while the Luo clan was a united group. Now they understood why Zhuofan was so eager to get back. Boom! Explosions came, followed by the world shaking around them. With the lounge about to collapse, the men panicked, and Luo Yunhai frowned. He turned to Ling Wuchang with a questioning look. Ling Wuchang smiled. "Ha ha ha, easy now. They're but the pursuers attacking the defensive array." "Pursuers? Those 100 ethereal stage experts?" Startled, Venerable Qi cried, "That's bad. An average array can't hold back so many ethereal stage experts." The others grew tense and were ready to fight at any moment. Ling Wuchang and Luo Yunhai shared a look and laughed. It's fine. I already surmised you'd want to escape Western lands through Tianyu. That's why 3 months earlier I had men set up 18 arrays all above 7th grade. Also, they all use sacred stones. And since the elders are overlooking it, those 100 thugs can't put a dent in it. Thugs? Them? Shocked, they all were flabbergasted. Who's he to call 100 ethereal stage experts thugs? Isn't he too cocky? He's only in the Radiant Stage 2. Maybe he's like High Venerable, hiding his power behind lower cultivation? They then looked behind to see Li Jingtian gone. Sir, may I ask? Venerable by bowed. Ling Wuchang cupped his hands. I am Ling Wuchang of Tianyu. What? Your unwanted contriver, one of the 3 sages? Venerable Bai and the others were stunned. Sir's reputation precedes you. Ling Wuchang waved his hand. Please, as a cultivator, I am nothing to you. But as a supervisor, with enough pawns in my hand, I can beat any one of you. Indeed, Sir's genius has long since been known. I never imagined you'd stay in the Luo clan. We're shocked. Venerable Bai and the others nodded. They knew that while Ling Wuchang wasn't much in terms of cultivation, but as a supervisor of the clan, he had countless people he could direct and multiply their effective power in the cultivating world. Especially in the Western lands, there were hardly many large-scale conflicts where his advantage could be used. But now, since they were hunted by 3 sects, they needed a sharp mind like Ling Wuchang more than anything. Understanding their intent, Ling Wuchang smiled. From the report Yu Ming sent, these people fled at the first sign of battle. No one can focus their power and thus shows they are headless. They look to be made up of ethereal stage experts, but as a whole they're nothing but thugs. The best way to deal with them is in 3 clashes. First is an all-out attack, second will be their crushed spirits, and third comes their feebleness. Afterward, they would scurry away. That's why you need not worry. They'll soon be running back home. Sir Ling, the Yu Ming you're talking about, is he perhaps insidious demon Yu Giki's disciple? Ling Wuchang nodded. You heard of him too? Yu Giki wanted to join the demon scheming sect to get Hell Valley an ally, but his aptitude was poor and he was disregarded. But then he became one of Tianyu's 3 sages, earning his name. To gain fame with a shrewd mind is much harder. I never thought his disciple would be with the Luo clan. No wonder the Luo clan evolved so much with 2 sages. Venerable Bai admired and the others echoed him. Ling Wuchang and Luo Yunhai shared a smile. 15 minutes later, the booming stopped and Yu Ming came in with the elders. Ling Wuchang asked, Is it over? Didn't I have you strike them as they fell back to push them further? No point. Yu Ming shrugged. You wanted to exhaust them completely and buy time when calling for help for Zhuge, but I have convinced them to leave. They won't be back for a while. It all worked out the same. Ling Wuchang smiled. Convinced? Yes. Their group consisted of 65 from Heaven Trailing Sect, 26 from Demon Scheming Sect, and 11 from Mystical Heaven Sect. We held complete advantage over the fight and could finish them off without a problem, but that would ruin your plan, right? Ha ha ha. Yu Ming sat down. So I took it upon myself to kill the 26 from Demon Scheming Sect, heavily wound the 11 from Mystical Heaven Sect, and as for Heaven Trailing Sects, I told them I received news that we in Heaven Trailing Sect had made peace. I had them go back to their sect leader and ask him themselves. Ling Wuchang raised an eyebrow. News? Why haven't I heard of it? It should come at some point, or you wouldn't have let me fight with Heaven Trailing Sect's safety in mind. You trust him that much? As the previous Prime Minister of the Empire, foreign affairs were his strongest suit. Grinning, Yu Ming ignored the extra people around and dangled one leg over the other after taking his teacup. Ling Wuchang laughed. True, the old guy has that for him. Sir Ling, who are you talking about? Luo Yunhai was confused. Ling Wuchang's eyes flashed as he bowed. Clan head, that old guy Zhuge Chongfeng had sent a message 2 months ago, saying that he'll return from visiting other nations. Steward Zhuge is coming back? Luo Yunhai cried. Ling Wuchang smiled. I have informed him of our situation and of my plan and proposed that he not return yet, but make a trip to Heaven Trailing Sect. Heaven Trailing Sect? The rest went bug-eyed. Venerable Bai was shocked. Lung Wuchang smiled. Yes, that sect. In fact, the Luo clan has a third sage as well. With his silver tongue, your life should be guaranteed. Venerable Bai blinked in disbelief. I mean that with all three sages from Tianyu acting up, we'll turn your situation around and get the pursuit off you. Or if we had let clan head go ahead with the whole clan and be ruled by emotions, we'd never have agreed to save you so easily. Ling Wuchang shook his head. Chapter 791. Distant Allies, Close Enemies. Chapter 791. Distant Allies, Close Enemies. Proofreader, Papatonks. Tap, tap. In a dusky hall, 2 rows of faint candlelights burned gently. The only sound was the rhythmic steps of a single person sitting on the guest chair. An aged man was sipping on his tea as the footsteps came. He placed the cup down on the table and waited. The Grand Steward of the best clan in Tianyu, Zhuge Changfeng, haha. Following the bright laughter, a sturdy middle-aged man came out from the shadows and into the light, taking the seat of honor. Heaven Trailing Sect leader Ren Xiaoyun, yesterday Tianyu Empire's prime minister, and now Luo clan's first steward. The title might have changed, but the power is no less than that of a prime minister. Zhuge Changfeng, what are you doing here instead of minding Tianyu's affairs? Zhuge Changfeng stood up and made a light bow. Sect leader Ren, Heaven Trailing Sect is the head of the Tenayu's 3 guardian sects, and I am ashamed to say that in all my decades as Prime Minister and now Steward of Luo clan, I have failed in paying my respects to your glorious sect. Secular clans and sects hardly ever meet. No apology needed. Ren Xiaoyun waved his hand. I wonder what brought on this visit from miles away. Zhuge Changfeng smiled and bowed again. I shall be frank, sect leader. I have come with a defined purpose in mind. I am before sect leader with a request. What is it? Ren Xiaoyun raised an eyebrow. Zhuge Changfeng's eyes flashed. I hope that sect leader Ren may be willing to go easy on the demon-scheming sect traitors. Oh! Ren Xiaoyun stared hard into Zhuge Changfeng's tranquil gaze, then mocked. You're from Tianyu but nonetheless informed. You heard of Western Land's 9 sects' affairs quite fast. But why do you want to save them? Is it for your previous steward, Zhuofan? Ren Xiaoyun's tone dropped and became chilling, one word out of line, and Zhuge Changfeng would find himself gone from this world. Zhuge Changfeng smiled still and nodded, in a way, but not fully. How so? Of course there's the respect and gratitude towards Steward Zhuo's former efforts. Even if strays, they were once under Steward Zhuo's wing, and we have to lend a hand, lest we'd be taken as ingrates. Sir must know by now of our young clan head's personality, holding loyalty above all else. By not doing this now, it will harm his name. Squinting, Ren Xiaoyun sneered. So what you're telling me is that the Luo clan is helping the traitors for their reputation. Ren Xiaoyun's hand flicked and bloodthirst flickered in his eyes. Not entirely, since there's still respect for the previous steward Zhuo, even if not enough to warrant the destruction of the clan. That's why it's most out of reputation. The world is filled with people striving for fame, and our clan head is no exception. Zhuge Changfeng chuckled and sighed. Over the years, Tianyu has flourished and, in turn, filled the 3 sects' coffers, with the tribute growing yearly. Sect leader Ren is sure to know this. Why? All because of the Luo alliance, drawing in dozens of clans, big and small, from the nearby nations and empires. But why could the Luo alliance attract so many people? It is without a doubt our clan heads' righteous and loyal nature that set their minds at ease. This is a reputation we have to protect and, most of all, make excessive use of it. Ren Xiaoyun's eyes shook and his hand stopped to ponder. Zhuge Changfeng grinned. Inside he knew very well that the wrong word would have his blood paint these walls. Ren Xiaoyun was only testing him to check just how far the Luo clan would go for Zhuofan alone, just how much were the two tied up if the Luo clan still cared for Zhuofan, or if they were outraged over Zhuofan's actions, Ren Xiaoyun would have killed Zhuge Changfeng then and there. Following with the Luo clan, he had no intention of fostering a group of enemies. However, Zhuge Changfeng's answer was smooth, avoiding all pitfalls. If he had said there was no loyalty for Zhuofan left, then it would have been an outright lie. Zhuofan had been the Luo clan's previous steward that made the Luo clan what it was today. Yet the clan would just ignore all that. Ren Xiaoyun would have slapped him in the hereafter where he stood. Zhuge Changfeng was shrewder than most, saying there was some loyalty left, but not the main cause for the clan's decision, and we're not disregarding Zhuofan's gratitude, just thinking of profits. Furthermore, we're using that bit of loyalty to earn even more by making use of our reputation. This was enough to get Ren Xiaoyun to relax. Since they held interests above their past relations, he put them getting revenge for Zhuofan at the back of his mind. They had nothing to gain by fighting Heaven Trailing Sect anyway. As a man with an eye for profit himself, there was no way they would risk it all just for Zhuofan's hatred to be sated. That was what made this line so believable. It appealed to his own principles, while a Luo clan without an ounce of gratitude would have been worse, totally unreliable. He only wanted to see what the Luo clan cared about, happy to know now that it was Prof. Zhuge Changfeng was also sharp in pointing out Tianyu was doing so much better now. You guardian sects get almost double every year, all because of the Luo clan. Without us, you'd end up starving. This struck where it hurt the most and made him withdraw his impulse of slapping the Luo clan's envoy dead. So, your request to let the traitors go was all about keeping your loyal reputation? Ren Xiaoyun probed after a pause. I have promised sect leader Xie to cull any traitors. Zhuge Changfeng shook his head. Sect leader Ren, I would have never taken the risk if it was just merely out of reputation. We want to take them because we will fight the demon scheming sect. What? Ren Xiaoyun's eyes bugged out, his hand tightened with bloodthirst. A secular clan wants to fight a sect? What a joke. Ren Xiaoyun was enraged. His heart was once again beating frantically. Heaven Trailing Sect was in cahoots with the Demon Scheming Sect right now. Fighting them was fighting Heaven Trailing Sect, no? The Luo clan still cares about getting revenge for Zhuofan. Zhuge Changfeng read him like a book, sighing dramatically. Sect leader Ren, that's not my meaning at all. We of course would want to live at peace with the three sects for thousands of years to come. But that doesn't mean the Demon Scheming Sect wants to. I heard that the Demon Scheming Sect's sect leader Qiao'er has a nasty temper and is ruthless. He can kill Zhuofan all he wants, not like we can do anything. What I fear, though, is that he'll drag innocent people into this. Because Zhuofan came from the Luo clan, he'll cull us all. We thus have no choice but gather anyone that can help and fight to the death. As Sir knows, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The Demon Scheming Sect traitors don't hate you and Mystical Heaven Sect the most, since they already attacked Mystical Heaven Sect before. The two sects coming to attack was natural. They hate Qiao'er with a passion. So we must work together and resist the Demon Scheming Sect. Oh, so that's how it is. Ren Xiaoyun eased a breath. Luo clan is using its power to defend itself, not target Demon Scheming Sect specifically and our alliance. This made him relax. He did not notice that Zhuge Changfeng's wording made it so Venerable Bai's group hated only Qiao'er, keeping Heaven Trailing Sect out of it. This was how Ren Xiaoyun decided to let them be when he joined Qiao'er in culling everyone. He feared retaliation. And since he had nothing against them to begin with, why push things so far? Besides, these men might become a weapon to keep Demon Scheming Sect in check. Ren Xiaoyun thus made his decision, but he decided to play along for now, frowning. In the end, letting them go is up to the Demon Scheming Sect. Heaven Trailing Sect can do it, but I can't say the same about Demon Scheming Sect. Ha ha ha, Sect leader Ren. Who doesn't know that Heaven Trailing Sect is the leader in the Empire's 3 guardian sections? Would the other 2 sect go against your word? Zhuge Changfeng praised. I'll be frank here, Demon Scheming Sect and Mystical Heaven Sect are nothing more than dying dogs. Can they still be part of the Guardian sects? Especially Demon Scheming sect, after that calamity, how many experts does it have? How can it protect Tianyu? Our clan head decided to cut 10% out of their tribute and give it to Heaven Trailing sect. Shaken up, Ren Xiaoyun's heart burst with joy, but he didn't let it show. How can we? They have been through so much pain in doing this. Sect leader Ren, no need to be polite. Those capable always earn more. With the Demon Scheming sect's miserable state, it's not worth 20% of Tianyu's resources. Tianyu's safety would in the end depend on Heaven Trailing sect. Zhuge Changfeng cupped his hands as he finished his speech. Ren Xiaoyun frowned in fake anger. Are you trying to turn the three sects on each other? Demon Scheming sect is about to become a middle three sect. Sect leader Ren. Zhuge Changfeng cut him off with sneer. After such an event, regardless of power and fame, would it still be fit to be a middle three sect? Ren Xiaoyun jerked awake and then laughed before slapping his shoulder. Ha ha ha. Chapter 792, Revenge. Chapter 792, Revenge. Proofreader, Papatongs. That settles it, sect leader Ren. Will Sir want to look at this year's shares? Zhuge Changfeng made a bow and gave a smile that was easy to understand. Ren Xiaoyun nodded. The flourishing of Tianyu depends on your Luo clan. Don't worry, as the Empire's three guardian sects, no one will dare to stir chaos in Tianyu, not even from the three sections. Ha ha ha, thank you, sect leader Ren. With another deep bow, Zhuge Changfeng withdrew from the hall. Seeing him go, Ren Xiaoyun nodded, feeling pleased with himself. From now on, the Demon Scheming sect would cease to be a threat to him, while Tianyu's representative was now under Heaven Trailing sect. Tianyu's resources, even trades, all would be in Heaven Trailing sect's pocket. The other two sects? Humph, they dare think about my money when they're hanging by a thread? In all honesty, after all this chaos Zhuofan stirred up, the Mystical Heaven sect ended up ruined while the Demon Scheming sect crippled. Only Heaven Trailing sect was the big winner here, taking all of Tianyu's income for himself. I've won big time in this, ha ha ha. Ren Xiaoyun was giddy on the inside, then shouted, Guard! Yes, sir. A man in black up and appeared in a bow. Ren Xiaoyun spoke. Use Ascending Jade to tell the pursuers of the Demon Scheming sect remnants to come back. Also, use my name to warn the Demon Scheming sect and Mystical Heaven sect that they are forbidden from interfering inside Tianyu and disturbing it. Yes, sir. The man bowed again but paused. Ren Xiaoyun frowned. Why are you still standing there? Sect leader, you've been talking with that man so far and I have yet to notify you. Actually, the pursuers of the Demon Scheming sect remnants have already returned. What? Who told them to come back so soon? I didn't even get to send them a message. Ren Xiaoyun raised an eyebrow. The man hesitated. Sect leader, from the elders' recounting, they pursued the remnants at Tianyu's border when they met Luo clan's experts blocking them. They trapped the elders' team but then let them go, telling me to tell Sir that they have reached an agreement with sect leader. They were unclear and had not received Sir's message, but since they were let go, they came to confirm this. Sect leader. Stumped for a long time, Ren Xiaoyun came to and muttered, They said they had a deal with me? Even if that's true, it just took effect moments ago. Ren Xiaoyun turned to where Zhuge Changfeng was gone and sighed. They truly believed a mere old man's ramblings could persuade me. Truly cunning, the Luo clan has talents and it keeps growing. Sect leader. The man asked, Do I send the message? Ren Xiaoyun gnashed his teeth. I hate how a secular clan toyed with me, but I have to admit, Zhuge Changfeng's words moved me. Send it. Let the two sects know Tianyu's head of power, Luo clan, is Heaven Trailing sect's representative. It has no ties with the Demon Scheming sect. Yes, sir. The man nodded and vanished, leaving Ren Xiaoyun with his muttering, Zhuge Changfeng, the three sages, humph, I've now come to see what you are. A month later, Zhuge Changfeng was back in the Luo clan's home, Windgaze City. Everyone gathered in the hall, waiting for his news. Venerable Bai's group was the most tense, wanting to rush through Tianyu still and enter Quanrong to escape pursuit. Luo Yunhai had to advise him many times to wait now that Steward Zhuge was back. They all gathered around eager to know the answer. Zhuge Changfeng calmly looked at them and smiled, milking the tense moment for all it was worth. The only ones calm were Leng Wuchang and Yu Ming, sipping tea at leisure. Steward Zhuge, how is it? Luo Yunhai could not hold it in smirking. Zhuge Changfeng was about to speak, but Leng Wuchang put one leg over the other as he began. Clan head, just look at his obnoxious grin. Of course he did it. Hey, old Leng, I risked my life in mediating the problem while you just relaxed in your comfy chair. Zhuge Changfeng glared. Leng Wuchang stuck his chin out and? I've been making plans here. Shitty plans, more like it. You think I or Yu Ming can't do the same? Zhuge Changfeng mocked. Try having a chat with that stone-cold Rin Xiaoyun. See how you'd fare then. This time I have to agree with Steward Zhuge. He is much better at us in being a mediator. I am best at strategizing while you are at shooting your mouth. Yu Ming grinned. Leng Wuchang's face twitched. Hey, are you two ganging up on me now? My tactics aren't for show. Old Zhuge, did you divide Tianyu's resources again? Cutting 10% from the demon scheming sect and adding to heaven trailing sect? Hee, I'm not an unwanted contriver for nothing. Since when was it your plan? Zhuge Changfeng mocked. Since the demon scheming sect wants to fight us, there's no point in holding back at all. And we needed a new cover too. Giving 10% to heaven trailing sect will make the two sects look cross, but demon scheming sect's hatred will turn on heaven trailing sect, while mystical heaven sect's unchanged income would make it look from the side at their scuffle. This way, it won't mind us as well. Adding heaven trailing sect's cover to that, the matter is settled. Really, Steward Zhuge, is it really over? Luo Yunhai cheered. Zhuge Changfeng nodded. Of course, clan head can rest easy. It wasn't much anyway, far more relaxed than Tianyu's previous tangled mess. First of all, the three sects aren't being difficult, especially heaven trailing sect. It sent troops to help the demon scheming sect, but it was only to control their growth. With it becoming a middle three sect, it posed a threat to heaven trailing sect. It was not for some meager 5,000 sacred stones, but to make sure that never happened, even going against Double Dragon Manor's rules openly, since he has a goal, then that made it easier. Now that we're on his side, suppressing the demon scheming sect together would sure to put a wide smile on his face. And to avoid the demon scheming sect from being up against the wall, we only took just 10%, making it turn on heaven trailing sect as well, and not us. Otherwise, if we had cut every supply with it, it would be against Western lands rules and force it to invade Tianyu. At least with some income from us, they'd think twice about ruining Tianyu. This makes us appear more neutral. Leng Wuchang explained. Zhuge Changfeng mocked. Easier said than done. Implementing it has a lot of dangers. Sir Leng, if it had been you who went, you'd have been obliterated. Hey, Leng Wuchang shouted. Luo Yunhai smiled as he eased up the tension. While none of these intellectuals boasted they were the best, neither was about to back down. Always butting heads when they met, Venerable Bai's side was stumped. They had been hounded by three sects, yet the matter had been solved just like that. This was the power of the three sages. Looking at them bickering, with Luo Yunhai mediating, Venerable Bai was gratified. They had little in terms of cultivation, but they had their own skills no one could surpass. Alright, now, we should get ready to avenge Brother Zhua. The bickering stopped and Luo Yunhai turned serious. His eyes read. The others were pensive as well. According to our scouts, Steward Zhua had been under attack, resulting in an inferno for 1,000 miles and a barren wasteland for many more. Leng Wuchang grumbled. Just what has the Universal Righteous Sect done? Zhuge Changfeng muttered. For revenge, we must first gather our strength. Our enemies are 4 sects, with one being a superior 3 sect. You still want revenge? Venerable Bai looked at them in disbelief. The enemy is stronger than you can imagine, a sect for thousands of years. Luo Yunhai shouted. No matter who it is, this vengeance shall be paid in full. The Luo clan rose under Brother Zhuo's protection. We all owe him our lives. This is something we must do. Luo Yunhai's bold words echoed in everyone's ears. Venerable Bai shouted, then count us in as well. Chapter 793, Prize. Chapter 793, Prize. Proofreader, Papatongs. In the silent and cold hall, the glorious and dazzling throne struck a lonely figure. Xie Weiyue sat there, running his hands over its cold texture with a pleased grin. This seat is finally mine again. Sect leader. An aged voice came from behind. It's been months since we last heard of anything from the men we sent to pursue those traitors in Tianyu. I fear. Xie Weiyue's brow shook. Tianyu? Humph, I almost forgot that Zhuofan came from there. Those ignorant fools must have sided with the traitors. How else could those weak fools escape from my palm? Venerable Shi, contact Heaven Trailing Sect and Mystical Heaven Sect to send more men. It's time we change our representative in Tianyu. Yes, sir. Venerable Shi nodded and was about to withdraw when a disciple rushed inside. He presented a jade. Sect leader, Double Dragon Manor sent word. Double Dragon Manor? Xie Weiyue mocked. Just what has that universal righteous sect done? They even let those girls escape and report to Double Dragon Manor. Not that it matters, humph. Double Dragon Manor's elders are coming to investigate. We'll just stick to our story, making them the traitors. I have been sect leader for centuries, it's the least my status can do. The only one who could speak up, High Venerable, had been silenced forever. They can look into us all they want, it'll still be as I say it. This has been an internal fight, resulting in the death of High Venerable. They won't meddle in that, ha ha ha. Venerable Shi nodded. Sect leader is brilliant. Yes. Xie Weiyue nodded, looking smug. Then he read the jade and burst out laughing. It's just like I thought. Double Dragon Manor warns us not to go too far. What worry can I have when they won't do anything? Pa. The jade slip was thrown to the ground like trash, and Xie Weiyue mocked. Venerable Shi smiled. Sect leader, Double Dragon Manor has been respected by the 9 sects because of their strength, but also fairness, not involving itself in a sex matter. This is also what ties its hands. As long as we paint it as having traitors, they can't do anything, or who would have respected them, turning the entire Western lands into chaos. This is something they want to avoid at all costs. You're right, Venerable Shi. The plan has been thought out, ha ha ha. Xie Weiyue waved his hand. Get it done. Make sure you get those dregs tied to Zhuofan. Report. Another shout came, followed by another disciple. He held a jade slip as he bowed. Xie Weiyue was dubious as to who would send one now, but after reading it, his rage blew. He smashed the jade to the ground and cursed, "Damn that Sangha Empire! Only months before they begged demon scheming sects men to come, and now they go back on their words, refusing us. Is it the great empire of the previous Superior 3 sect, Universal Righteous Sect? Those rotten bastards!" Xie Weiyue cursed. I never thought a great empire would actually resort to being so shameless. Venerable Shi scratched his nose and shook his head. Report. Then came a long string of shouts as disciples came in one after the other before Xie Weiyue. Xie Weiyue had a sinking feeling, but took them one at a time. Yet after each one, his anger only spiked higher before smashing them to pieces. This is absurd. What's going on with all of these empires? We've talked and agreed on something, to be under our protection, now they're all backing out? Even those middle 3 sects empires I ignored when the superior 3 sects empires were fighting over us now dislike us. Just what the hell is going on here? Sect leader. Venerable Shi was quite calm. Maybe they think that without Zhuofan, there's no growth. Xie Weiyue glared at him. What did you say? They did it for Zhuofan? No way. Demon scheming sect leader is me, Xie Weiyue. Sect leader, stop lying to yourself. Venerable Shi shook his head. Zhuofan showed off in the Double Dragon Gathering, destined to be the best in Western lands. Those empires were fighting to be under his wing, not under a lower 3 sect meant to grow into a middle 3 sect. Without Zhuofan, our value dropped sharply, making them back down. Shut your mouth. Xie Wuyue spat. You dare say that? Don't forget the sect has reached middle 3 sect status under my rule. Venerable Shi nodded. Yes, sect leader had done great things, but your greatest achievement was bringing Zhuofan. Xie Wuyue's face twitched, about to spit blood. Sect leader, I'm not here to criticize you, but as a sect leader you need to understand your limits. Venerable Shi laughed. To be fair, I must agree on Zhuofan replacing you. High Venerable had made the right choice. You became a sect leader to begin with because there was no one else better. Now that one appeared, a change was in order. As to why I have been always against Zhuofan, wanting to kill him, that's because he's my enemy. But regarding competence, I admire him wholly. Venerable Shi. Also. Venerable Shi snickered as Xie Wuyue shouted, Sect leader, your temper better change. As you know, the entire sect is now made up of us, old guys. I helped you get your seat, now just sit on it and not stir things up like before. When you want something that's not yours to begin with, there's always a price to pay, ha ha ha. Xie Wuyue was livid from anger, glaring as Venerable Shi just walked away. He then slumped in his lone and cold throne. He got his seat, but that was it. Report. Yet another disciple rushed in and Venerable Shi blocked him. Let me take those jade slips. Sect leader needn't bother. Yes. The disciple nodded and Xie Wuyue shook in rage and powerlessness reading it. Venerable Shi pondered before saying, Sect leader Ren is telling us not to make a scene in Tianyu and upset the peace between the 3 sections. And that from now on, Tianyu's tribute to us is 10% lower. A what? Xie Wuyue jumped to his feet. Venerable Shi sighed, flicking the jade slip backward as he walked away. It seems Tianyu has some smart people to string Heaven Trailing Sect along. Meanwhile, in Blackwind Mountain, as a show of good faith, Luo Yunhai took Venerable Bai's group to where war puppets were made, in the bunker. But war puppets were no longer here, replaced now by a sparkling mountain of crystals, scared stones. Fiend Yang cried out, how did you get so many? Luo Yunhai looked at him perplexed. This is a lot? After attacking Mystical Heaven Sect, Brother Zhuo saw our heavy losses and gave us 1 million of these rocks, saying they had way more spiritual energy than common spirit stones. They should help us raise many experts in a short time and recoup our losses. I was not sure what he meant then, though they sure have some good uses. We've just put them all here in bunker for a couple of days and already had a good few Radiant Stage Elders enter Ethereal Stage. Using them for arrays, they also boost their power quite a bit. 1 million. Face twitching, Fiend Yang grabbed Luo Yunhai's hands, touched to tears. Luo clan head, we'll follow you. I bet only Double Dragon Manor would have so many sacred stones in Western lands. No superior 3 sect could come close. With these resources, our power will rise higher and higher. Damn that Zhuofan. He lied to us, whining on his poverty, that cheapskate, when he could take out so many. If I knew, what was the point of going to Double Dragon Gathering anyway? The others nodded, then they crowded around Luo Yunhai, proclaiming their lifelong allegiance to the Luo clan. Luo Yunhai nodded in reflex, still shocked. Are these baubles that enticing? Seeing them so lively, 2 figures left the bunker in silence. They looked at the setting sun in sadness. Shuang'er noticed her grief and said, Don't worry, Sister Yunchang, with so many sacred stones, Brother Zhuo will be avenged. What's the point? It won't bring him back. Tearing up, Luo Yunchang's empty eyes reflected the fading twilight. In the Double Dragon Manor, Chu Qingqing and the 2 girls watched the same sun. Their eyes filled with unwillingness. Footsteps were heard as Wu Qingqiu came from behind. Miss Chu, are you dissatisfied with Double Dragon Manor's method? Who here isn't? Brother's death is unjust, but we must also take into account Double Dragon Manor's stance. It involves 4 sections. Then there's grave news from Eastern lands and their unrest. The Exalted have no choice but to settle Western lands first. Clenching her teeth, Chu Qingqing said nothing, her eyes hazy from tears of hatred. Chapter 794, Infernal Valley. Chapter 794, Infernal Valley. Proofreader, Papatongs. SSS. In a pitch-black space, a golden flame raged. It grew and grew, taking the shape of a mile-long dragon, shedding some light to this dark place. Roar. A draconic roar came from the golden fire, and it looked below at the tiny humans. Only 2 of them. One stood there with utmost respect and a slight bow, Yi Lin. The other was an icy corpse, covered in gaping wounds from head to toe. Looking at the corpse, the dragon rumbled, "Is he the one you spoke of?" "Yes, master. I have brought him." Yi Lin bowed, squinting. The fire dragon sized him up. "You sure were vicious. I only asked you to bring him and use the dragon breath pill if necessary to warn him, not to show up here with him beaten so bad there's not a breath in him. Is it revenge for last time? But if he's the one you told me, why did he get hurt so easily? And you're completely unharmed, unlike last time being carried here from the Double Dragon gathering." "Master, am I so petty?" Yi Lin sighed. "I fought in the Double Dragon gathering with my name as a sacred beast inheritor on the line. A loss is a loss, why be so narrow-minded about it? Moreover, since I already lost once, I wouldn't have the heart to fight him again." The huge draconic eye shook, waiting for his explanation. Yi Lin bowed. "Master, when I rushed over, he was already surrounded by the universal righteous sects, hundreds of people. I have used the dragon breath pill Master gave me to get rid of them, then brought this half-dead body here." "I see, he's been attacked." The fire dragon looked down and became astounded. "Just who on earth is his master? He has too many inheritances. Many of them belonged to astounding figures, no less renowned than myself." Yi Lin nodded. "Yes, master, when I fought him, I also felt his inheritance was complex, not just from one person. But even against his chaotic and incomplete powers, I still lost. I have shamed master." "No, if you were to lose to anyone else, that's when you would have shamed me. But losing to him is justified." The fire dragon's face was solemn. Startled, Yi Lin wondered, why is the always competitive master suddenly soft? He actually admitted his disciple is weaker than another? The fire dragon said, "Yi Lin, you must have heard me telling you about the 10 ancient sovereigns and us 5 great sacred beasts, with many other strong beings in the sacred domain. Smiley face, the 10 ancient emperors are actually in a stage far above the one the demonic emperor was in, despite having the same title. Now I changed it to reflect that." Nodding, Yi Lin blinked, waiting for him to continue. "Now I'll share with you the source of his inheritance." The draconic claw whistled in the air, and pointed at Shuafan's right arm. "This arm comes from Soaring Qilin, a part of a real sacred beast that was born from the primal chaos. It's on an entire different level from you, who has been transformed to be in between man and beast. If he had known how to use it, one fist would have been able to render you heavily wounded. At most, only 3 punches could you take on." "SSS." Yi Lin gasped in shock, staring hard at that arm. He thought Shuafan and he were the same, sacred beast inheritors, their bodies transformed by sacred beasts. But now he realized that he had a real sacred beast part on him. There was just no comparison. Yi Lin sighed, feeling down. However, how could a sacred beast simply give their body to humans? When the rejection happened, it would have taken his life. Can it be then that 9 Serenity's research was a success? Ignoring his disciple's glum look, the fire dragon frowned. "That settles it. He's 9 Serenity's successor. Only that old freak could resort to such twisted and outrageous method." Yi Lin cried out, "The 3rd strongest of the 10 ancient sovereigns, 9 Serenity's sovereign?" Yes, I noticed the peculiarity of his Yuan Qi in his Dantian and found it to be a blend of thousands of things. I once heard that 9 serenities comprehended a skill that can vie with Heavenly Sovereign's Void Eye, compatible with any kind of constitution. Now that I see it, the cultivation method has indeed been passed down. The fire dragon nodded. It's because of this that his body can hold so many different powers without clashing. Especially the power of us, 5 great sacred beasts. Vaulting Kuanping's chaos flame merged with the spirit, soaring Qilin's almighty flesh, Thunder Phoenix's berserk purple lightning flooding his veins, all lay quiet. If it were anyone else, these 3 alone would have ended him if they clashed. What? Yi Lin was shocked. You're telling me he has 3 great sacred beast powers? He also sensed it while fighting Zhuofan, but hearing his master confirm it was still a shock. One would already be immensely prideful for having one, yet this guy up and had 3 of them. What kind of a lucky bastard was he anyway? He would rather believe Zhuofan was just a sacred beast inheritor, with the other 2 coming from who knew where but had to be given back. The other option was simply insane. Humph, 3 sacred beast powers? You still have no idea. The fire dragon mocked, moving a sharp claw to peel the eyelid off Zhuofan's right golden eye. Yi Lin, see here? Remember it, the divine eye of the void of the strongest in sacred domain, Heavenly Sovereign. He is also the one us sacred beasts could never defeat. Eye twitching, Yi Lin was overwhelmed. Heavenly Sovereign's successor? Precisely. Flaring his snout, the fire dragon's eyes flashed with hatred. But for him to have Heavenly Sovereign's skill, it must be that he's unrelated to him, instead getting the treasure Qilin stole. Humph, Heavenly Sovereign would be so pissed to know his precious skill got leaked, ha ha ha. The fire dragon cackled, imagining the look of anger on Heavenly Sovereign's face. Yi Lin cried, 3 great sacred beasts, 2 sovereigns? That's 5 peak inheritance. Who the hell is he? It doesn't matter, for in the end he's a really lucky winner. The fire dragon raised an eyebrow. Also, Yi Lin, I have something to tell you, but don't be jealous. He doesn't have just 5, but 1 more. The fire dragon pointed at Zhuofan's belly. Whoosh. A light flashed and Blood Infant turned into a demonic sword. Under the immense heat of the flame and the fire dragon's might, the demonic sword shook, then returned back to Zhuofan's body. Yi Lin was stumped. Master, is that a sword? No, a spirit. The fire dragon said, there was a rumor about Patriarch Blood Demon I told you about. He was only in the saint stage, yet refined a blood infant that none in the sovereign stage dared to mess with. But after he died, his skill was lost. I never thought I'd meet it here, added to a sacred weapon to become a sword spirit. Ha ha ha, the power Blood Infant has when reaching saint stage while using a sacred weapon will be unthinkable. I bet it can easily dispatch average sovereigns. The fire dragon laughed, his eyes pensive. Yi Lin looked at Zhuofan with a complicated look. 6 peak inheritances. Now this is heaven's favorite. How can I compare to him, when I only have 1? Ahem, getting my inheritance is the highlight of anyone's life. And what's the use of having so many anyway? Unable to reach their peak will still get you beaten up. The fire dragon scolded. Yi Lin grinned, and if he does train them, well, the fire dragon sighed, then he'll be unstoppable. Yi Lin stood there stunned, but then, the fire dragon shook his head, which is impossible. The ultimate skills of sovereigns and the abilities of sacred beasts came about after millions of years. To master them all is just not feasible. It's better if you stick with mine, on the path of the fire dragon, rather than bite more than you can chew. And you don't have 9 serenities sovereign's inheritance either and can't agree to having so many powers. You'll only die. Disappointed still, Yi Lin nodded in the end, then he looked down on Zhuofan. Master, his body shows no sign of life, ruined. But his soul might be saved. Ha ha ha, his soul is under Chaos Flame's protection and should recover by himself. but wounded as he is, only if I trigger it. As for his body, it's not ruined just yet. He has the Blood Infant protecting it. It holds the source of life. As long as Blood Infant is around, his body will never die. His severely damaged body needs to be repaired, is all. The fire dragon hissed as he ripped a golden scale, placing it over Zhuofan's body. Then a scorching golden flame engulfed him, burning hotter and hotter. Chapter 795. Revival. Chapter 795. Revival. Proofreader, Papatonks. Golden flame refining, decimating dragon scale armor. Eyes squinting, Yilin watched the familiar spectacle for a long time. It was the same way he was saved back then. Master, you're using your reverse scale again and decimating golden flame to refine his body. Won't that mean he'll be just like me? Why jealous? Never once considering his disciple's opinion, the fire dragon nodded. Yilin's face twitched and sighed. That'll give him a 7th peak inheritance. The decimating golden flame that only I had, now he has it while I don't have what he has. It's hard to feel at ease, master. Humph, rotten brat, what's there to be unsettled about? The fire dragon smirked. Can you even do what I told you to do alone? Haha, I know how improbable that is. Since such a perfect and rare specimen came, a kindred spirit as well, I'll be sure to use everything to save him, to strengthen him so he could finish my work. Yilin's brow twitched. Kindred? Yes, kindred. Fire Dragon's eyes flashed and revealed a nasty grin. Those huge eyes never left the ball of fire below. 9 serenities. In a hazy area, a lonely shadow floated around, perplexed. Who is it? What are you calling? His questions went unanswered, the voices coming and going, shouting 9 serenities' name on and on. The shadow questioned some more, but no answer was provided. He chose to ignore them, just floating there in this desolate place. Suddenly, an aged figure stood before him, with clothes as black as night. The old man faced away from him. The shadow had a peculiar look as he asked, "Who are you?" The old man was ever silent, ignoring him just as the voices did. It just floated forward. Wait. Then the old man spoke. Forward is the great beyond. If you step any further, there'll be no going back. Frowning, the shadow asked, "What's this great beyond?" "A place where your spirit fades." The old man replied, looking around. He saw nothing but mist, with no paths around. But when he looked in front, there was pitch-black darkness. "Where should I go?" The old man paused, left speechless. He finally sighed, "Wait here." "Oh." The shadow nodded, standing there like a good child. In front there was pitch blackness and behind, darkness. Around him there was nothingness swirling, with only he and the old man standing here. 9 serenities, we've waited your return. The drawn-out calls came once again. The old man shook. The shadow asked, "Are they calling for you?" "Yeah." "Why don't you answer them?" "They can't hear me, nor would they dare to talk back." The old man's back shook a bit and sighed. "I have promised something I failed to do and can't return." The shadow looked around, at the endless haze without any path in sight. "Yeah, there's no return without a path. Unless..." The shadow pointed at the pitch blackness in front. "You go there. But once I do, I'll never come out, never coming back." The old man sighed. "I still want to return. I can't ever go forward." The shadow nodded after a pause, then floated forward. As he went, pitch blackness crept behind him, cutting his retreat. The old man shouted, "What are you doing? Didn't I told you not to go?" "But this is the only way." Shaking, the shadow looked at the old man, puzzled. The old man shivered, as if afraid. The shadow just kept going forward. "Hold on a minute." The old man cried, "Before you go, mind answering a question of mine?" "What question?" "Who are you?" Startled, the shadow frowned for a long time, then shook his head. "I don't know. Who am I?" "Promise me this, before you can answer my question. You can't go forward." The old man spoke solemnly. The shadow scratched his head and nodded. But then he was perplexed again as he took another step forward unconsciously. Who am I? Who am I? I have let you all down. I can't go back, the old man sighed and shook all over. My spirit is barely holding on. It's so weak I can't even remember my name, haha. I want to go with him, who am I? The shadow passed by the old man and failed to notice that the old man was walking by his side, deeper into the abyss then, in this hazy world, a blinding light flashed. A huge ball of golden fire shone. It cast its light upon the shadow, revealing a very familiar face. As if by agreement, an azure flame ignited on his forehead, soon covering his entire body and turning him into a human-shaped azure fire. Who am I? The shadow's eyes were hazy as it muttered. But as the azure flame spread to his eyes, he woke up shouting, I am Xuefan, demonic Emperor Xuefan. Like a vow, the shout dispelled the abyss, making the ever-encroaching pitch-blackness fade away. The darkness faded and gave way to glorious and vibrant light. Xuefan floated now towards the golden flames, but before he melded with them, he turned to look at the old man fading away from the light. Who are you? Xuefan shouted. The old man was no longer visible, but just as Xuefan was entering the golden flame, the old man's voice reached him. We will meet again. On the edge of death, or when we achieve Tao, ha ha ha. Boom! With a huge explosion, fire motes flew all over and Xuefan came out of it with golden shining in his eyes, filled with flames. His body was covered in golden scales releasing blistering heat, capable of melting anything. You're finally back, child. Xuefan was still out of all that was happening when he heard a rumbling voice. He turned his head with a start and saw a huge dragon head staring right at him with an eerie look. The golden flames burned so hot it warped the space around it. Xuefan cried out, one of the 5 great sacred beasts, decimating dragon ancestor? Am I in Infernal Gorge? Hee, right you are. This is my domain, welcome. The dragon ancestor let out a wave of scorching air, forcing Xuefan back. Xuefan was perplexed. What am I doing here? Yilin read his mind. I brought you. When you were fighting the universal righteous sect siege, you were at the end of your life, your soul and body about to go cold. Only my master could save you. That's why I brought you here. Yilin. Xuefan's brow shook. Xuefan pondered then shouted, What about the girls? How are they? Yilin raised an eyebrow. Since when did you care about someone else? Just tell me, are they all right? They're fine. When I arrived, only you were fighting, blocking hundreds of men from Universal Righteous Sect. I did you a favor and killed them all. There should be no pursuers. Good, that's good. Easing a breath he'd been holding, Xuefan was relieved. In his persistent determination to hold on for 3 days, his consciousness had faded at some point. One might have even ruled him dead. But he went on, hanging on to that last breath. That was what kept him fighting for so long, while he knew nothing of what was happening nor if the girls got away. The decimating dragon ancestor asked curiously, Child, are those people related to you? Dragon ancestor, my wife is with them. Xuefan bowed, knowing how to clean up his act before such an almighty existence. His answer made the dragon snort, flaring its nostrils. Heed my warning. Break all ties with them. You're not even aware you sunk so deep because of them? If you really do care about your wife, stay away from her. What? Xuefan stood there dumbstruck. Chapter 796. 10 Sovereigns, 10 Paths. Chapter 796. 10 Sovereigns, 10 Paths. Proofreader, Papatong. Glancing at the dumbstruck Xuefan, the dragon ancestor turned to Yilin. Leave us, there's something I want to speak to the kid. The dragon then clawed the air following the wave of heat. The space tore, revealing on the other side a magnificent landscape. Yilin looked at the dazed Xuefan then bowed and left. The tear sealed behind him, and this area was once again a searing inferno. Just what's going on? What do you mean by that? Zhuofan's brow shook and he felt uneasy. The dragon ancestor had touched his greatest fear. The dragon shouted, "Before I answer, you must first be honest with me. Who are you? Why do you have so many great legacies despite being so young?" Zhuofan did not reply. It was his greatest secret, and not something that could be shared. "Talk, or you'll one day be sorry. Don't say I didn't warn you." The dragon ancestor's roar gave a stern warning. Sighing, Zhuofan felt helpless. He had lost all grounds in this negotiation. Not that it mattered much. Vaulting Quanrong had him explain himself, and now talking to this dragon ancestor wouldn't be much of a difference. He wanted to know why the dragon ancestor wanted him detached from others, especially Qinqing. So he began detailing his 2 lives, making sure to include his meeting with Quanrong and his request to find the other sacred beasts. The dragon ancestor was stunned. He sighed, "Kid, you're really something to have such strange circumstances. You must know that any one of those legacies is a dream come true for others. Yet you took them all for yourself, ha ha ha. Congratulations, especially on 9 Serenity's dubious arts, allowing you to come back through grudges. Even I have to show my admiration for such skill." Zhuofan chuckled and nodded, feeling the same way towards 9 Serenity's sovereign's research. However, the dragon ancestor changed his tone, his maw perked in a savage grin. "Kid, despite the amazing luck on you, it fails you when you most need it. You've been had by Ol Quanrong and now you're stuck with us. Your life is destined to be spent in fear. Under constant despair, your life might end the next moment." Zhuofan's heart trembled from shock. Where did that come from? The ancient period. With a long sigh, the dragon ancestor released a heat wave and his fiery bulk shook. As he gazed at the sky, he struck a lonely figure. In the time of the primal chaos, when heaven and earth began to take shape, we were born, graced with 5 primal abilities. Everywhere we went, the beasts saw us as kings and the humans unable to reach our level. But us, 5 great sacred beasts, only had interest in each other, to duel and settle once and for all who had supreme dominion over this world. The fights were endless. The disregard for humans was so severe, we saw them as nothing but snacks. This is how we spent the next few millions of years, always fighting and never winning, unable to settle on a one ruler. Quanrong, the old geezer, maybe his gentle chaos flame being able to harmonize yin and yang had something to do with it, was slick and cunning. This made him be seen as a friend by the other 4 sacred beasts from the constant mediating of our conflicts. But he was far from being fit to be the leader of us 5 great sacred beasts. None of us was any weaker than the other to begin with. Zhuofan nodded. Sacred beasts were not much different from wild beasts. Unless beaten into submission, it would just not listen. Preaching and smooth-talking was pointless, but, Dragon Ancestor continued, one day, beyond our knowledge, our carefree days ended. The humans we disregarded so much revealed to have 10 strong members. They had deep insights in the workings of the world, creating remarkable arts that held the power to contend with our might. To the point the top 3 were able to beat us. These 10 later on became the 10 ancient sovereigns. Their power was called the 10 paths to heaven. They can break the world and seize all. Under their guidance, humanity began to comprehend the Tao, beginning to cultivate and grow stronger. Countless experts rose to prominence while the supremacy of the sacred beasts upon the world began to wane. They were driven back to the forests and mountains. Only then did we realize that heaven was impartial. While our might was incredible, our intelligence was not. Be it sacred beasts or spiritual beasts, none could understand the heart's mysteries, blocking our advance. Humanity was weak, but was very sharp too, with the chance to rise to the top. Especially those 10, they have become the peak of this world's power. Dragon Ancestor sighed. By the way, kid, don't you have Patriarch Blood Demon's blood infant in you as well? That's borrowed power, something that will never get you to the top. Do you know why Patriarch Blood Demon was stuck in the Saint's stage and the sovereigns avoided him? Isn't it because he was a show-off and ended up being killed before reaching the sovereign stage? Zhuofan asked. Dragon Ancestor laughed at his answer, mocking, "Even you're giving credence to rumors, kid? An outstanding expert will treasure his life the higher he rises. With how cultivation takes ages to advance, who would show off? Knowing he was in the Saint stage, no matter how strong, he'd be suicidal going against a sovereign." Startled, Zhuofan pondered a bit before nodding. True, if I were in Patriarch Blood Demon's stead, getting to the sovereign stage was a much better option than to flex. Then why? Dragon Ancestor spoke. The 10 paths to heaven are finite and all accounted for. For one to rise, another had to fall. This is why the Patriarch Blood Demon always lived on edge, challenging the sovereigns, which ended up being his downfall as well. As an ex-demonic emperor of the sacred domain, you should have a broader horizon. Haven't you ever noticed that all the arts and skills in the world have their roots going back to these 10 paths? Trembling, Zhuofan was in a state of shock. That means. Precisely. Dragon Ancestor's eyes flashes. As long as the 10 sovereigns live, even if humanity cultivates, it will never reach higher. This is a world constant, its balance. It places a limit on the number of ultimate experts at one time to maintain it. The 10 paths to heaven are in balance. That's why one can only rise when another has fallen. Everything revolves around them. Stunned, Zhuofan clenched his fists in denial. Doesn't that mean that all cultivators are stuck in the Saint stage? Not necessarily. Dragon Ancestor shook his head. I already said, if one falls, another may rise. Humanity cultivates to comprehend the Tao, to the point of reaching the peak and seeing the nature of the world. Only most cultivators' insight falls in line with the 10 paths, thus cutting off your future. But by gaining insight in a path outside of these 10, then you'll be a fully fledged sovereign in your own right. Then, as heaven wills it, with the rise of one, another has to fall. When Patriarch Blood Demon challenged the sovereigns, he did it in belief that his blood path was outside of theirs, a new path that allowed him to dethrone one of the 10 sovereigns. He was mistaken, unfortunate, as the demonic blood path fell under 9 Serenity's path. This bound him to the Saint stage for the rest of his life. His blood infant was amazing, yes, but it was only a skill, while his cultivation could never reach the height of power the 10 sovereigns enjoyed. Zhuofan nodded. This explains why after years and years, there was no other sovereign appearing besides the 10 ancient sovereigns. The requirements are too high. Even if the 10 sovereigns weren't there, one must first comprehend their path to become its patriarch before rising into the sovereign stage. In a meritorious world such as this, hardly anyone had such qualifications. My master, Elder Yuan, has a high chance of comprehending the heart path. A shame his aptitude lacks, stunting his cultivation stage despite his deep insight. Zhuofan shook his head and sighed. The road to the sovereign stage is beyond difficult. Dragon Ancestor looked at him hard, then smiled. Ha ha ha, kid, you think that's hard? Wrong again. For us, the 5 great sacred beasts and the 10 sovereigns, the sovereign stage is in the past. What all of us really care about is that even in the sovereign stage, we're all nothing but the world's toys, under constant threat and unable to dominate the world in the truest sense. The 10 paths to heaven might look unflinching, but they aren't without dangers. They are at risk of being replaced. That is why we wanted to strive for a higher stage. This is what brought the next series of great events. It even included your fate. Trembling, Zhuofan's expression turned heavy as he frowned, waiting for the explanation. Chapter 797. Heavenly Sovereign's Prison. Chapter 797. Heavenly Sovereign's Prison. Proofreader, Papatonks. Humanity focuses on insight. To advance, they need to go through the stages. Sacred beasts rely on power and need to amass greater power to advance. This ended up being the root of the most terrible war of all time. Dragon Ancestor's eyes shone as he grit his fangs, showing his bloodlust. All humans searched for a way to advance, with almost none succeeding. But 2 sovereigns and 1 beast had their own ideas. They were the strongest heavenly sovereign, the most devious 9 serenities, and the most unscrupulous geezer Qiao'er. If not for him, Thunder Phoenix would have never had suffered so much at Heavenly Sovereign's insidious blow. Zhuo Fan's heart shook. Heavenly Sovereign hurt the Thunder Phoenix. How else do you think the purple lightning gold I came to be? Decimating Dragon Ancestor mocked. Each of these 3 had their own way of overcoming the Sovereign stage. Heavenly Sovereign wanted to do it through the divine eye of the void that contained everything. By holding all the world offered, he'll become its supreme ruler. 9 Serenities Sovereign pondered that all things had the same source, the world's Tao. By wielding the world's power, wouldn't you have it all? Through their own understanding, each ruled. Zhuo Fan shook and nodded. This must be the source of the demon transformation art. A shame 9 Serenities Sovereign never got the chance to train it, having gone missing. As for Qiao'er, Dragon Ancestor grew angry, his burning claw swiping around. He actually wanted to steal our 4 great sacred beasts' power. By means of returning them to primal chaos, he would go beyond a sacred beast and reach the highest level. What, combining 5 great sacred beasts' powers? Zhuo Fan was shocked. Thinking about it, he had considered it as well at some point. But he was not the first. Qiao'er came up with it in ancient times. If he hadn't combined 4 of them already, Zhuo Fan would have labeled Qiao'er as a madman. 5 extreme powers clashing into each other? It'd be a miracle if you were still around to tell the tale, but having gone through that preliminary process, he knew that the result would be beyond the 5 great sacred beasts' power, so much so, it was in another realm. While Qiao'er's intentions were dubious at best, this avenue showed promise. As for success, it all came down to how he handled these powers. Dragon Ancestor continued in a dark tone. Ever since the 10 sovereigns appeared, we could no longer overlook humanity. But humans are deceitful, unlike the frank spiritual beasts. To come in contact with the 10 sovereigns, we elected the most glib sacred beast among us, Qiao'er. We had no way of knowing the crafty Qiao'er, who only mediated our conflicts, had been corrupted by humanity's twisted minds, to test whether the 5 powers could be combined. He created the word-crushing array that 5 beasts could use. He came to us with it by lying it was to counter the 10 sovereigns. The day the array was employed, no matter how strong the 5 powers were, there was no sign of joining together. Disappointed, he figured the powers were still inside each of us, and that's why they could not fuse correctly. So he sought the help of Heavenly Sovereign. The first victim ended up to be Thunder Phoenix. That means young Sanzi is in terrible danger? Zhuo Fan panicked. He had severe doubts about Qiao'er from the start, but since he had done nothing untoward so far, he let down his guard. But hearing Qiao'er's goal from Dragon Ancestor, letting Gu Santong in his charge was like handing him on a silver platter. Dragon Ancestor shook his head. Worry not, the old coot won't touch the kid. He's still growing. All the powers in the world are in balance. A tiny Qilin won't put a dent in his appetite to begin with. It's too soon for his plan. Besides, he has yet to find the right way to even achieve it. Nodding, Zhuo Fan eased a heavy breath. But even so, he was still worried about leaving young Sanzi with that geezer. Especially since he painted a pretty picture when he asked you to come save us. It's obvious to everyone that with your immature divine eye of the void, there won't be any rescue. His meaning was to make peace, since we all have a common enemy. Heavenly Sovereign. Zhuo Fan's heart thumped. Dragon Ancestor's mood was heavy. Yes, when he went to ally with Heavenly Sovereign, it was the worst mistake of his life. Heavenly Sovereign's ambition was far greater. After stealing Thunder Phoenix's berserk purple lightning, he turned. Heavenly Sovereign is a proud man, considering everyone beneath him, even us, sacred beasts. But he feared our powers. Especially Thunder Phoenixes, known to be a destructive force of raw power, the most terrible of the 5. If he took the purple lightning for himself, then nothing in the world could escape his divine eye of the void. He worked with Quanrong, but only to test his limit. Once he assessed them, he went to work on his true plan, which included all living things. "What is it?" Zhuofan asked, even as his mind worked some guesses with a sneer. The dragon ancestor said, "As an inheritor of the divine eye of the void, you still don't know its power." "A new world." "Yes, creating an entirely new world and having everything move there, to become its supreme ruler." Taking a deep breath, the dragon ancestor revealed a hint of fear. "This is without a doubt a catastrophe to this world. With everything contained in his eye, we'll be nothing but cattle. Or, worse, he plans on using the power of the entire world to advance beyond the sovereign stage and attain true dominion." Sacred beasts being against this was obvious, but even the other sovereigns would defy it. This marked the start of a great war among the 10 ancient sovereigns. It ravaged the lands for millennia, taking a heavy toll on its inhabitants. No matter how strong Heavenly Sovereign was, not even he was assured of victory. To make sure his ultimate skill did not go out, he used an imparting stone, hiding it behind a realm. Finding out about this, we planned on stealing it and figuring out its weaknesses, but soon, Heavenly Sovereign noticed our plan. Enraged, he hunted us 4 sacred beasts down. With the power of his eye, he created the mortal domain to trap us. In essence, the mortal domain is Heavenly Sovereign's prison, and we the inmates. We were being assaulted by berserk purple lightning every day, wanting to take back his art. He had no idea Qilin had taken it, ha ha ha. Dragon Ancestor laughed, but his joy was with tears. For the great sacred beasts to be trapped by a single man, this was no longer shame, but humiliation and? He was Heavenly Sovereign, the strongest sovereign. For a reason Zhuofan was dumbstruck. Every sacred domain denizen believed the lowest rung, the mortal domain, was made naturally. Now he found out the truth that Heavenly Sovereign had created it to trap the sacred beasts. Just what power is that? Isn't this like being the ruler of a world? Is this the power of a sovereign? Dragon Ancestor broke him out of his dazed look with a smile. Heavenly Sovereign is the very peak of this world. Zhuofan sighed. Afterward, we roamed the mortal domain, suffering every day, oblivious of how the 10 sovereigns' war was going. Then the 10 sovereigns vanished practically overnight. The rumors say they fell, dead fighting each other. Zhuofan sighed. Dragon Ancestor cracked up. Ha ha ha, they fell? Don't make me laugh. Granted, others might fall, but Heavenly Sovereign? What about this prison, isn't it still standing? The mortal domain will stand as long as Heavenly Sovereign lives? Craning his head up, Zhuofan asked in disbelief. Dragon Ancestor shook his head. I'm unsure either. The mortal domain was something he made with his eye. I don't know if it would vanish once he's dead. But I can still feel his piercing gaze on this world, to see if we have yet to still be under the purple lightning's onslaught. Heavenly Sovereign still watches this place. Maybe not watch, since everything here is in the palm of his hand. Dragon Ancestor gritted his fangs. Just like in the New World, he wants to make in his own image. The people here are at his whim. As if the world laws or the 10 paths to heaven, the amount of experts are limited. He appears to be the overlord of this world, pressing down on the strong cultivators. Kid, you came from the sacred domain, but have you ever heard of anyone from the mortal domain reaching the sacred domain? Zhuofan frowned. I have never thought about it like that. But the mortal domain's spiritual energy is thin and makes it hard for. A thought struck Zhuofan. You mean? Quite. Dragon Ancestor's voice was firm. In the mortal domain, Heavenly Sovereign's world, not only is cultivation suppressed, but no one is allowed to leave it. If there's a true outstanding genius that comes out, humph, Heavenly Sovereign's rage would bore down on him, snuffing him out. In the end, this place is a test for Heavenly Sovereign's new world. He is the lord over it, and we are merely the guinea pigs populating it. Chapter 798, Apocalyptic Thunderflame I. Chapter 798, Apocalyptic Thunderflame I. Proofreader, Papatonks. Zhuofan was overwhelmed by what Dragon Ancestor declared, finding it very hard to believe it was true. That's simply godlike. It goes beyond what any expert can do. Humph, no god has the power to create world laws. Dragon Ancestor sighed, but in the mortal domain, Heavenly Sovereign is tantamount to the Creator, having everything in this world under his control. This is the greatest ability of the divine Eye of the Void, a new world. Zhuofan stood there, dazed, unable to conceive the 10 ancient sovereigns could hold so much power, having never seen them before. Although from the Dragon Ancestor's words, he did know one, it was obvious the rest were no pushovers either. Dragon Ancestor, I see that you control this place as well. Zhuofan looked around at the fiery place. There's no berserk purple lightning here, and Yi Lin can come and go whenever. Getting out of here should be easy for you. Are you perhaps stalling it out of fear of Heavenly Sovereign? The huge fiery head nodded. Yes, I'm not sure if the sovereigns have gone like you said, Heavenly Sovereign included. They might be just heavily wounded. But even so, he's still the master of the mortal domain, while disregarding feeble ants like you scurrying around. He will definitely look closer at us sacred beasts. Especially when he had made preparation in the mortal domain. Back then, he and Sword Sovereign had created 5 sacred weapons to guard the mortal domain. The moment they sense our energy, they would suck the 5 sacred mines dry, then come to kill us. And since this is the mortal domain, under divine Eye of the Void suppression, our power is severely weaker than in the sacred domain and can't block them. Speaking of, you already got one to accept you. The mortal domain's 5 lands defending sacred weapons were made by Heavenly Sovereign and Sword Sovereign for you in mind? Zhuofan cried out. Dragon Ancestor nodded. Among the 10 sovereigns, Sword Sovereign specialized in refining weapons, and also Heavenly Sovereign's confidant. While Heavenly Sovereign made this place, Sword Sovereign placed the many arrays. Even if we overcame years of purple lightning torture, we won't leave still. Those sacred weapons are our jailers. We have nowhere to run. I see. I was wondering why the divine Eye of the Void could resist the sacred weapon. It's because it won't fight what came from its master. Zhuofan nodded as things began to fall into place. When he went to the sacred mine, he was attacked by the sacred weapon, all because it sensed the Qilin energy on him. But then he frowned. What of vaulting Quanrong? He's in no prison, able to go wherever in the mortal domain. Why isn't he afraid of Heavenly Sovereign? Is he still on Heavenly Sovereign's side? Not at all. To be honest, Heavenly Sovereign has no use for him any longer. Heavenly Sovereign wanted to capture him and force him to give up his techniques, but always failed. He failed? Showing off as the king of beasts in the All-Beast mountain range, Zhuofan was stunned. Dragon Ancestor smiled. That's Heavenly Sovereign's only lapse. He is but a sovereign, no matter how powerful, and not the master of the real world to govern everything. Kid, you know as well that Quanrong Geezer's chaos flame can harmonize yin and yang, able to blend the primal chaos power at the source of every being. He hides in the All-Beast mountain range, so that the beasts there mask his energy. Not even Heavenly Sovereign can find him like that, unless he comes out himself. With the beasts hiding him, he'd be no different from the other humans mingling about in the mortal domain. Moreover, Heavenly Sovereign would never think that having us imprisoned in these spaces, that old geezer long ago hid in the All-Beast mountain range, still within the range of his prison. The safest place is also the most dangerous. I bet Heavenly Sovereign must be scouring this world for the Coot, but won't ever find him. Zhuofan nodded, now realizing the azure flame was so ingenious. Or maybe Quanping is so devious. Now I've explained to you all the ins and outs, and you should understand the world better. My warning should now be much clearer. Dragon Ancestor finished his sad story, and returned back to the main topic. Shaking all over, Zhuofan's eyes glazed over, still reluctant. You should know by now who Heavenly Sovereign is. He made the mortal domain, imprisoning us and using purple lightning to torture us. Why didn't he kill us? Isn't it to find his art and not get anyone to learn it? This just shows how much he cares for it. Staring at Zhuofan, the Dragon Emperor spoke, which is obvious, with how much of a threat someone stumbling upon the divine eye of the void would become. It's something he will not tolerate. If not for the crisis he was under when the other sovereigns attacked him, he would never make a record of his art to safeguard it. Zhuofan shook and closed his eyes, his fists clenched. Dragon Ancestor sighed. Kid, you're the successor of the strongest sovereign. It's your fortune and curse. When Quanping pushed you to find Qilin, it was to get you on his side, but in the end it all came down to your greed, wanting that supreme treasure. Now you know the divine eye of the void, and that makes you Heavenly Sovereign's target. Your enemy is the strongest in the world that can take your life at any time. And you still want to involve your wife and friends into this danger? And what if I give it up? What if I destroy it? Zhuofan shook and clenched his teeth. Dragon Ancestor shook his head. Kid, do you know what successor means? It's not just the skill, but the path. Divine Eye of the Void is Heavenly Sovereign's greatest skill, containing within is his void path. As you train it, you'll gain insights and blend with the Tao. It seeps into your bones, it fills your soul. It will never leave you for as long as you live. What's the use ruining the skill? Heavenly Sovereign will still find you from your aura. Zhuofan shook all over, feeling regret flooding his heart. His jaw was locked so tight blood flowed. Just why did I train this skill? Kid, it seems you still don't want to give it up. But, Dragon Ancestor continued, if you don't let go, you're killing the others. You don't want them to suffer for your mistakes, but one day they'll die at Heavenly Sovereign's hand. The more you hang on to it, the more it slips away. Let it go and it will come. Isn't it enough to see them safe from afar? Zhuofan's eyes were filled with loss. He had been alone all his first life, but not anymore. But Providence played the biggest joke on him. To stop being alone, he had to walk alone. Ha ha ha, if fate exists, who planned this out for me, toying with me to such extent? Zhuofan showed a self-deprecating smile, one filled with endless sorrow and malcontent at the world. Dragon Ancestor used a sharp talon to pat his shoulder. Hey kid, don't go losing it over something so small. Heavenly Sovereign is strong, but not invincible. As long you follow my teachings, we, sacred beasts, will overcome him, and you will overcome this suffering as well. Before that though, don't let trifles bog you down. Always follow my words above all else. As he finished, Zhuofan's body ignited in a golden flame, then the azure flame appeared as well, along with the crackling of purple lightning and Qilin's red glow. 4 of the sacred beast powers came out. Even Dragon Ancestor had to pause. What just happened? Then a pitch-black energy came spread over Zhuofan, sucking in the 4 powers and slowly combining them. This. With wide eyes, Dragon Ancestor shook from disbelief. Crack. With the crack of thunder, black flames exploded, and under decimating Dragon Ancestor's incredulous gaze, Zhuofan's body was covered in black flames with peals of black lightning flashing within. A dreaded power was released, making even the decimating Dragon Ancestor shudder. Is this the form of our combined powers? Standing there, Dragon Ancestor muttered, but our powers come from the primal chaos, with life at its core. So why then do I feel total destruction when I sense this power? Even I'm feeling fear from it. Dragon Ancestor tapped the black flame with his claw. A bang went off and he quickly took his claw back. Looking close, the scales on the claw were erased. This can't be. Gasping, Dragon Ancestor looked at Zhuofan's black flame like it was a monster. Is this what Quanrong was after? But this is no power to dominate, but to destroy. The black flames shrunk and entered Zhuofan. But when Zhuofan looked at the Dragon Ancestor, he jerked in fright. Zhuofan's eyes were stone cold, containing endless destruction. Especially his left eye, holding the same black flame and black flickers. Dragon Ancestor, what I give up today, I will take it back one day. I'll use this, different from heavenly sovereigns, apocalyptic Thunderflame eye. Zhuofan's will was firm. Decimating Dragon Ancestor was dumbstruck, only bobbing his huge head, having felt fear like no other. The destruction aura combing off that black Thunderflame made him feel pure terror. Chapter 799, Dragon Breath Pill. Chapter 799, Dragon Breath Pill. Proofreader, Papatonks. In the searing space filled with golden flames, there was one spot untouched. Or better yet, the golden flames always went around it from fear. Zhuofan stood in the middle, staring hard at decimating Dragon Ancestor's bulk with sharp eyes. His left eye was pitch black with flashes of black flames and flickering black lightning, while his right eye now sported 6 golden halos. Divine Eye of the Void was in the 6th stage. Decimating Dragon Ancestor looked at this freak and trembled. He felt like he struck a familiar figure, like Heavenly Sovereign, yet he feared this little kid even more, especially that left eye. Despite only being in this form, the apocalyptic Thunderflame eye was made of 4 sacred beast powers. Its level was above the 5 sacred beasts, bearing down on them logically. The black eye was on a weak user, and that shouldn't work on him. But instinct told him to fear it. He felt slight regret from imparting the decimating golden flame to Zhuofan and leading to the creation of something so abominable. Quanrong had been thinking of every way possible on how to get his hands on ultimate power, only for a pup to stumble into it. I wonder what face he'll make when he finds out. Dragon Ancestor relaxed at this point. Pa! A sound came from Zhuofan's left eye and he clenched his teeth. Holding his eye, when he took the hand away, the eye was back to normal, with blood seeping from it. What's wrong? Dragon Ancestor asked. Zhuofan shook his head. The immense loss he felt made him think of how to fight Heavenly Sovereign when the time came, where normal methods were useless. Then he recalled the dreaded Thunderflame, the power that was always out of Quanrong's reach. His head felt hot, and the 4 sacred beast powers came out on an impulse, using demon transformation art to fuse them, just like when he fought Yi Lin. But after he succeeded, he noticed the Thunderflame was truly abominable. His own body couldn't take the strain. He had no way of keeping it in his body, or it would eat him alive, so he thought of how to dispel it when it came undone by itself. The Thunderflame was made of powers within himself. As these powers' source was him, it would be coming back, and could ignite from a single spark. It was unlike in the Double Dragon Gathering, where it was only temporarily. Aren't I playing with fire here? Luck had it, he was suddenly thinking of Divine Eye of the Void's art. It emphasized space and emptiness, able to contain everything and nothing. Then he entered Divine Eye of the Void's 6th stage, Void Domain. Just like that in the Void, a space was created, similar to Heavenly Sovereign's new world he wanted to create. He then thought of the apocalyptic Thunderflame eye and understood. The Void Domain was inside his left eye and stored the Thunderflame, turning it into the apocalyptic Thunderflame eye. It became clear to him why the Heavenly Sovereign would say that by understanding the Divine Eye of the Void one could train in the purple lightning gold eye. This was the secret. While he learned the core art, accidents happened. The Thunderflame eye rebelled on him, hurting his left eye. Is the Thunderflame too strong for Void Domain to hold, or just unstable? Am I missing the 5th sacred beast power? Is the Thunderflame eye incomplete? Decimating Dragon Ancestor's eyes flashed and eased a breath. Thank God the Thunderflame isn't complete, or the kid would have been more terrible than Heavenly Sovereign. Or we'd have been inviting a worse disaster to deal with. The first, one of our own making too. Both were deep in thought, Each to his own devices. When the wounded eye recovered, Zhuofan wiped the bloody tears and spoke in a heavy tone. Dragon Ancestor, you said that you have a way. What is it? What can you possibly do when you've been caught so easily? Humph, kid, don't look down on us so much. Dragon Ancestor grumbled. I might have simplified things, but Heavenly Sovereign paid a heavy price to get us deeply wounded. Maybe that's why he's been in hiding all this time after facing the other sovereigns. From how I see it, he should be hovering on the edge. I mean, it's been ages and there's no sight of him in the sacred domain or before us. Doesn't he want his art back? This is the only explanation. Zhuofan's heart shook. This dragon does have a good point. Since he ain't dead yet, hasn't recovered, that means he's stuck like that. Maybe he's really that wounded. That's why we must take this chance. Seeing recognition in Zhuofan's eyes, the Dragon Ancestor said, Before Heavenly Sovereign comes back, we must break open the mortal domain and get ourselves out, then kill him while he's weak. There hasn't been a better time to take down the strongest man in the world. Dragon Ancestor's eyes flickered. Zhuofan looked up then frowned. The mortal domain isn't something simple as an isolated space made by a barrier, but a world in itself, even if smaller. To break it won't be easy. Without the power of a sovereign. Ha ha ha, don't worry. I already have a plan. Dragon Ancestor laughed confidently. We'll use a recoiling array to attack with extreme power and break its seal on us. Then we, the sacred beasts, can simply walk out of hiding and no one can stop us, ha ha ha. Brow shaking, Zhuofan said, Recoil array? That's something I used in a town to deal with a demonic twerp's fog array. It's not hard, but to strike at something the size of mortal domain, it needs something huge and of immense power. The entire mortal domain's power. Dragon Ancestor's eyes flashed. The 5 lands of the mortal domain will each set up a recoil array. Their power will be enough to break it, crushing Heavenly Sovereign's world. A what? Zhuofan shook as he cried out. With the entire lands as the basis, setting up a complete recoil array? Just how big would that make it? Aside from the obscene amount of resources needed, the 5 lands are still in conflict with each other. Who'd go along with your plan in setting up some crazy array? You make a fair point. That's the crux of the problem. Dragon Ancestor nodded. Before you become the Lord of the mortal domain, setting it up will be impossible. The factions will fight you every step of the way. That's why I believed relying on Yi Lin alone was impossible. Luckily, there's you. Now that you're stuck with us and have the same enemy, we should be fighting alongside, and unite our efforts. If we, sacred beasts, weren't stuck from coming out, enslaving humanity to set the array would have been easier than coming to you. Zhuofan's face was hard and then he nodded whoosh. Dragon Ancestor opened its maw and spewed out tremendous heat. Then, 3 huge glittering golden balls came out. They were just like the golden ball Yi Lin used when he saved Zhuofan, only thousands of times bigger. The 3 scorching light balls drifted before Zhuofan. Sensing the decimating flames inside, he had to falter a few steps in fear. Dragon Ancestor looked tired after that effort. Kid, you'll have to help us out as we can't do anything to offer direct support. Just take these 3 dragon breath pills and use them to save your life. This. Zhuofan felt the huge light ball's immense power and gulped with a snicker. Dragon Ancestor held his head high. These dragon breath pills hold the power of 1 fully powered dragon breath of mine. Not even a sovereign or other sacred beasts will take it head on. As for the Xing clan in the sacred domain, 1 of them is enough to wipe them out. But giving you these 3 made me tired and need rest. Since I'm in a prison, there's no one who'd come to take advantage of my weakness. Ha ha ha, despite being trapped, I'm quite safe. Dragon Ancestor. Startled Zhuofan looked conflicted, but then he cupped his hands. Thank you, Dragon Ancestor, for giving me these 3 precious dragon breath pills. But there shouldn't be anyone near that strength. Dragon Ancestor cut him off with a heavy tone. Kid, you're my hope of getting out of here. I'll be sure to grasp it fully. It might be the mortal domain, but it's hard to say you won't be stumbling into something outrageously hard. There's Quanrong and other deviant freaks out there. If they come after you, it always pays to have a last resort. Shaking all over, Zhuofan pondered and bowed in gratitude. I am immensely grateful, Dragon Ancestor. Chapter 800, Qiao'er's Transformation. Chapter 800, Qiao'er's Transformation. Proofreader, Papatonks. With a wave of the hand and a flash of light, the 3 terrifying golden spheres were stashed away in Zhuofan's ring. Zhuofan's eyes flashed. Dragon Ancestor's dragon breath pills were enough to kill anything beneath Sovereign stage. It'd be a shame to use it on some nobodies. Zhuofan hesitated. He now had a truly insane last resort, but he found no use for it in the mortal domain. When I get ambushed by an army, I'd much rather fight it out than waste it. Zhuofan shook his head. He'd been throwing his money around for the past years like a magnate, yet now that he had these 3 killer dragon breath pills, he found himself back to the olden days as a miser. They're just too damn valuable to waste. Staring at Zhuofan's happy and worried look, Dragon Ancestor couldn't understand it. The dragon had always been indulging in showing off its power and wealth, so how could he understand Zhuofan's predicament? I know this will be hard for you, but this is the extent of help I can offer. Dragon Ancestor clearly misunderstood. Blaming himself, Zhuofan rolled his eyes, driving the misunderstanding home with a sigh and a shameless nod. Because it's hard, the success is that much worth it. Because winning is everything, you'll do all you can. So Zhuofan was back to thinking about how to fleece this mighty Dragon Ancestor for all he was worth. But then, as a array grandmaster, he found a problem. Dragon Ancestor, you want to set up a recoil array. But where does its power come from? The spiritual energy in mortal domain is thin and suppressed as well. Even if the array is set, it won't have much effect. Unless we use the 5 sacred mines. Dragon Ancestor, I urge you to lend me 100 dragon breath pills, and I'll snatch the sacred mines. Having found a perfectly logical excuse, Zhuofan roared with hope. Dragon Ancestor was about to spew blood. 100? What do you take me for, a dispenser? Glaring at him, the Dragon Ancestor shook his head. No use. Ignoring the fact the 5 mines have Sword Sovereign's arrays to block their mining and lower the sacred weapon's power in killing us when needed, even if we had them by some miracle, it won't be enough to break this barrier. This is a world in itself, even if a bit smaller than the sacred domain. What then? There's not enough juice to power it. Zhuofan frowned and sighed. Dragon Ancestor said, I've already figured it out. It's also the second problem of this plan. Setting up a drawing array in the Whirlwind Tunnel. Whirlwind Tunnel. Zhuofan was startled. What's that? Dragon Ancestor explained. This is the perfect example why despite how great Heavenly Sovereign's eye is, it's still in the sovereign stage. This mortal domain he created is like a small world, but it has its weakness, tied to the sacred domain, the Whirlwind Tunnel. Think about it. With the sacred domain's incredible spiritual energy, it should seep into the mortal domain through this tunnel, but it's being suppressed by the mortal domain's barrier. It ends up gathered in one place, leading to the formation of a strange pocket over time. Just how the spot where this prison of mine is placed in a similar wind tunnel, the ultimate clarity sect's secret realm. Here, the spiritual energy is thick and leads directly to sacred domain. That's why their disciples' enlightenment comes fast and can form the particular Taiji domain soul. That means we can reach the sacred domain through this tunnel? Zhuofan cried out. Dragon Ancestor shook his head. If only it were that easy. It is but a cave that barely lets any spiritual energy pass through. Nothing else can cross it. We can only use its spiritual energy to break out of this place. By using a drawing array it will draw out a lot of energy from sacred domain. With this power, we'll break the barrier, but this solution comes with a problem. Because this wind tunnel has created many strange pockets, like this one, while some are good for cultivation, others are deadly. Though there's one common ground to all of them. Whether they're a hellscape or paradise, all are under a strong faction's ownership. So to set a drawing array in them, you not only have to brave their dangers, but also go through any who oppose you. Zhuofan nodded. Since the power supply is settled, the recoil array is feasible. Although, and how am I supposed to find the world wind tunnel with the mortal domain as big as it is? You can't expect me to run around day and night, right? Zhuofan frowned. Dragon Ancestor smiled, his eyes flashing with pride. Easy. When the infernal gorge I am in was drifting across the 5 lands of the mortal domain, despite the constant strikes from berserk purple lightning, I was still able to sense the rough location of where the world wind tunnel is. Dragon Ancestor raised his huge claw, touching one sharp talon on Zhuofan's forehead. A visible ripple shot and Zhuofan could feel warmth on that spot. A crude sketch appeared in his mind, with 8 dubious markings on it. Dragon Ancestor, the sketch ain't much to go by. Who knows where these tunnels even are? Zhuofan's face twitched. Aside from the 8 spots, the surrounding landscape could hardly be distinguished, whether they were mountains, forests, or plains. Dragon Ancestor reddened and snorted. I've been stuck all this time in the infernal gorge while under constant attack, unable to see the outside world. The fact I got their positions is already a blessing, yet you still nag? Anyway, once you go there, you'll definitely find some secret pocket realm, the place where the world wind tunnel reside. Zhuofan nodded and sighed. Hey kid, you're 9 Serenity's successor, don't tell me now I also have to teach you a drawing array. No, I know how to set it up. Zhuofan sighed longer. Let me out. I'll get right on it and get you back to sacred domain. That includes you as well. Dragon Ancestor smiled. Don't ever forget we're on the same boat. Zhuofan nodded. Dragon Ancestor grinned and swiped his claw, making a tunnel in space for Zhuofan to pass. Wait. What is it now? Frowning, the Dragon Ancestor asked. For case of minor matters, I'll have Yi Lin assist you. Zhuofan shook his head and waved. Qiao'er came out with a flash in this infernal place. Only this time, Qiao'er was still unconscious and fading. Dragon Ancestor started. This. My daughter. Zhuofan spoke firmly. She has remained in this critical state ever since she took on Yi Lin's heavy blow. No matter what I tried, nothing could help her. I hope Dragon Ancestor has better chances. Sizing Qiao'er up, the Dragon Ancestor cried out, This spiritual beast's source of power is the berserk purple lightning. Is it the same as Thunder Phoenix's? And that old Koot Kuanping opened her mind? Yes, Qiao'er was born from purple lightning. Ha ha ha, I see. Heaven truly helps us, sacred beasts. There's now 30% higher chances we can fight Heavenly Sovereign. Zhuofan did not finish as the dragon burst out laughing. Kid, I don't know how you made this miracle happen. Any common sense has within them powers of life and destruction. When hurt, the life energy would recover. But she is different, she hasn't recovered because she lacks such energy. She's imbalanced. Pills will do for minor scratches, but the decimating golden flame's damage is no small matter. With her heavy injury and having no life energy in her, any kind of pill won't work. Zhuofan pondered. Yes, I had used her to absorb purple lightning through her. Demon transformation art is no healing art. At that time, the power she absorbed, whether the demon transformation art's demonic energy, or berserk purple lightning's brutal force, all are elements of destruction, with no life in them. How else would such a pure seed of purple lightning germinate in her? How else would she become the next generation of Thunder Phoenix? Thunder Phoenix? Zhuofan was shocked. Dragon Ancestor, what are you saying? That the 5 great sacred beasts will once again gather. At that time, Heavenly Sovereign will have no chance of getting away, ha ha ha. Dragon Ancestor spewed golden flame on Qiao'er. I shall help you open your mind once more, so you'll transform into a true sacred beast. Chapter 801. Journeying Once More. Chapter 801. Journeying Once More. Proofreader, Papatonks. SSS. The scorching golden flames singed Qiao'er's frail body, leaving the impression it snuffed out the final trace of life she had left. Zhuofan looked on with worried. Dragon Ancestor consoled him. Fire is a source of life. Be it my fierce flame, decimating golden flame, or Quanping's gentle flame, chaos flame. Only gentle flame is good for alchemy and the soul, while the fierce flame is for refining weapons and the body. Letting the golden flame enter her body won't just remake her body, but open her mind further, setting her on the path of a real sacred beast. Further. Precisely. Dragon Ancestor said, fire is the source of life and knowledge. Quanping's azure flame helped open her first mind, to speak and cultivate, to overcome the shackles of a spiritual beast as it grows stronger and stronger. My golden flames take it a step further, giving her the body of a sacred beast capable of transformation, what a true sacred beast can do. Zhuofan shook. Does that mean all spiritual beasts can become sacred beasts? Hardly, or the world would be in chaos. Ha ha ha, you best remember that the number of experts are limited. Dragon Ancestor looked at Qiao'er. Your daughter is special because she is like us at core, born from the strongest power of this world, with berserk purple lightning taking hold within her. That's why our two flames that resonate with her body will help her develop her mind and spirituality. If it were a common spiritual beast, it could only take one flame. By using both of them, though, it would lead to them clashing inside and exploding. Zhuofan nodded, recalling the three-headed crow at Quanping's side. His aide had received Quanping's azure flame but would never become a sacred beast because at core, its body did not have any of the 5 powers. Zhuofan could not help but smile at Dragon Ancestor. What about me? Don't I have both of your flames? A freak 9 serenities sovereign created? Beat it. Dragon Ancestor's face twitched and grumbled. Zhuofan's weird constitution made him jealous actually. Who wouldn't want a body that could hold 4 of sacred beast powers and fuse them into an unheard of power? Even he had to admit it. Zhuofan smiled, looking smug. Everything was connected. That was the core belief behind demon transformation art. Everything could be transformed for the user's use. It was truly obscene. Sacred beasts can't train in human cultivation methods, or he'd long have stolen it. Quanping especially, if he knew demon transformation art was the way to combine sacred beast powers, he'd have acted on the spot. Zhuofan was startled awake and watched Qiao'er being covered by azure flames with the searing golden flames on top. Azure flame and golden flame overlapped and combined, forming a savage tornado, lifting Qiao'er up in the air. Zhuofan was baffled while Dragon Ancestor was calmer than ever. Boom. After the explosion, purple lightning burst forth, erasing the fire tornado. What followed was a flood of lightning everywhere, surrounding an 8-year-old girl with long purple hair and a purple robe. She was the most adorable creature, with her pink cheeks, bright eyes and white teeth. Zhuofan was startled. Dragon Ancestor laughed. Ha ha ha, the transformation is complete. With some training, this child will be the next Thunder Phoenix. Adding Qilin's son as well, the 5 great sacred beasts will once more gather. Dragon Ancestor, is she my daughter? Of course, father. Zhuofan blinked dumbstruck. The girl floated down, as the purple lightning crackled around. She bore a bright smile as she skipped over to Zhuofan and jumped into his arms. Of course I'm your daughter. Can't you recognize me? Of course not. Zhuofan's eyelid twitched, hugging the little girl. Seeing the familiar expression in her eyes, he was feeling overwhelmed. If I could choose, a thunder skylark would be better. Qiao'er asked, why? Now that I took human form, I'm really your daughter. Ha ha ha, you won't understand. Zhuofan turned solemn, With the way you are now, that means you've become a sacred beast, taking on Thunder Phoenix's mantle. That means you'll become a target for Heavenly Sovereign. Then you might even die. Blinking her big eyes, Qiao'er was confused. Who's that? Father, if you didn't want for me to transform, why let me? I had no choice. Sighing, Zhuofan glanced at Dragon Ancestor. It wasn't my decision to make. Smiling, the Dragon Ancestor nodded. Yes, I'd have it even if you refused. We need strength right now. Only with all 5 great sacred beasts will we have the greatest power. Alone, we're no match for Heavenly Sovereign. Zhuofan knew this, but was still conflicted. Leave the second generation in my care for now. I'll make sure to unearth all her potential. Dragon Ancestor continued. His tone was irreproachable. Zhuofan nodded, but Qiao'er wouldn't have it, hugging his neck and whining, No, I want to go with Father. No matter how amazing this kid is, he's just a human and has no idea of the true might of the glorious Thunder Phoenix. However, the Dragon Ancestor's tone was firm. Your mind might be sharp right now and can even understand Berserk Purple Lightning's usage, but that's too slow. By training with me, you'll soon know all of Thunder Phoenix's skills. You'll go home with him later on, but now you must stay with me, to make sure you don't stray. Zhuofan acknowledged this as well. Yes, since you're meant to enter this storm, the best way is for you to get stronger. I can't teach you. Staying with Dragon Ancestor is better. Zhuofan placed Qiao'er down, then turned around without hesitation. Dragon Ancestor, open the door and let me out. Sure. Dragon Ancestor clawed and a tunnel formed to the beautiful world outside. Kid, you're a man of ambition, knowing what must be done and not hesitating. Father. Seeing him go, Qiao'er's voice trembled. I've never left your side since I was born. Zhuofan halted, struck by a pang of guilt, but he settled his heart. Leaving without looking back, he knew from the moment Dragon Ancestor saw Qiao'er that he would want her to improve and make this simple Thunder Skylark enter the deadliest battle as her father. Zhuofan had to do the best he could to give her the highest chance at survival. Father. As the door faded, Qiao'er cried out after him, with tears of abandonment flowing down her cheeks. But Zhuofan not once looked back till the end. When the door closed, Qiao'er's cries were cut off and Zhuofan sighed. His eyes closed to regain his calm, then walked forward with purpose. Heavenly Sovereign, the greatest threat was bearing down on him. No one could help him and he couldn't help anyone either. All he could do was give his all to not get those he cared dragged down into this. The rest of his life was bound to be filled with solitude. He could only use the 5 great sacred beasts, stuck with the same misfortune. Whoosh. Zhuofan barely took a step and Yi Lin appeared. Looking hesitant, Zhuofan simply brushed his shoulder as he walked on with a cold look. Hold on. Yi Lin finally spoke. Halting, Zhuofan asked, What? Master must have told you about everything. Yi Lin scratched his head. Our goal is the same. To help Master, we'll have to cooperate. As for the 8 world wind tunnels, I've already placed the drawing array in this secret realm. The others will be harder, even the ones in Western lands. We are, after all, disciples in the Western lands. Are you done? I'm leaving. Zhuofan spoke coldly. Yi Lin started. Wait, Master asked that we set the recoil array together. I don't need you. Zhuofan cut him off. You just stay being a Western lands disciple. I can do it on my own. Also, you saved my life and I'll definitely repay you. Shaking all over, Yi Lin watched Zhuofan go. He set his jaw and shouted, Brother? Startled, Zhuofan finally paused his step, looking at him oddly. What did you call me? Elder brother. Yi Lin hesitated with a lowered head. Sacred beasts have rules, making the winner king. Since I lost to you, you're the elder brother. Zhuofan turned around and resumed leaving. That is a beast's rule, we are men. Anyway, I'll return the favor for what you did. There's nothing else between us. Elder brother, it doesn't matter. Since I lost, I see you as king. Zhuofan never stopped walking. Also, senior brother sent a jade slip. Miss Chu is fine. They all think you're dead. Double Dragon Manor is rushing me to come back and report. Elder brother, come with me, or would you like me to send her a message? Trembling, Zhuofan stopped again, then left faster. No, just say I'm dead. Chapter 802, Quanrong Capital. Chapter 802, Quanrong Capital. Proofreader, Papatonks. Come get your furs. The finest 4th level spiritual beast furs you can find. Iron, black iron, anything you need to make the sharpest spiritual weapons. Get your herbs right here. For miracle 3rd grade cures. The market was packed with peddlers shouting out their wares. They got swallowed in the tide of noisy people coming and going, haggling and bickering, always fighting for a profit among this sea of people. One lone figure seemed to drift through it, his black cloak fluttering in the wind when he looked up. His cold face contrasted with the bustling scene looking around. He found people with long noses, big eyes, and foreign faces unlike anyone he saw in Tianyu. Zhuofan lowered his head again and milled through the crowd and out of here down here, in the capital of Quanrong Empire. He was the foreigner like a nimble cat. Zhuofan's trace was gone without anyone taking notice. Zhuofan took a deep breath and floated through the bustling street like a ghost. Ever since he left Ultimate Clarity Sect, Zhuofan knew the danger he was in, fated to go in this world alone. But after giving it some thought, he still could not help but want to see them again. Elder Yuan, Luo clan, and never mind Qin Qing. He feared he'd never leave if he saw her. This was a kind of silent goodbye. He would be facing Heavenly Sovereign by himself. It was so convenient. There was a whirlwind tunnel from Dragon Ancestors' sketch on his way. Since he was passing through, might as well leave a drawing array behind, but the Dragon Ancestors map was a dubious sketch. A true amateur painter. He might as well know only the 8 locations of the tunnels, and that was pretty much it. At least he knew the rough location, with nothing to go on as to its exact spot. Best keep an ear out while I'm here. Zhuofan halted his steps with a grin. Next to him was a rowdy restaurant. When it came to listening, this place was the best location. With whirlwind tunnels gathered spiritual energy, it's bound to cause some strange occurrences that people can't miss. A native is sure to know more. Zhuofan looked up as he walked up to it, finding that it was made up of 8 3-meter big rocks. Quanrong are so crude, even their culture shows it. From the gate to their homes, nothing here inspires grandeur. Taking the capital's gate for instance, it was twice as tall as that of Tianyu, but not as polished. The capital of Tianyu was a work of art, filled with beauty and refinement. Every corner was thought out, every nook and cranny used, while the Quanrong capital only looked huge. Size was good, sure, but the rocks used in the buildings were uneven, as if made up at random. Maybe this was how their culture, one based on power and disregarding the details. As they associated themselves with spiritual beasts every day of the week for years and years, their belief in power would only be strengthened. There was a low chance for any sage like the 3 in Tianyu to appear. But this is also why the Quanrong stand united while Tianyu is filled of bickering fools weakening the empire. This aspect alone would paint the barren Quanrong nation as stronger than Tianyu. A heaven really is amazing to create such wonderful discrepancies, weak yet strong, Zhuofan smiled as he walked in. The waiter spotted him and waved. Will you be dining or staying? We have a quiet room, but it's a bit on the expensive side. No need, I'll stay in the hall. Zhuofan shook his head and took a random seat at a table. The waiter lowered his head and saw that the cloak hid Zhuofan's features. Guessed you're a foreigner? Yeah. Then where do you? Zhuofan eyed him. What, do I have to explain myself to stay here? No, it's just that there are hostilities recently and foreigners have to report. The waiter was put on the spot. Sighing, Zhuofan ignored him. He didn't give much thought to a lower 3 sect protecting some third-rate empire. Ever since the dragon ancestor used the golden flame to remake his body, his cultivation reached the 8th layer of radiant stage. As for his power, it grew exponentially, not limited to the draconic form Yi Lin had, tough and filled with decimating golden flame, but also wielding the apocalyptic Thunderflame eye. That was why he had no qualms coming here. Just that he would much prefer it if he kept his nose down. I come from Tianyu, any problem? You're from Tianyu? The waiter shouted in shock and looked at him in hatred that got everyone to turn their heads over with some unfriendly looks. Why, you don't like Tianyu? Zhuofan eyed the people around, gnashing his teeth. The waiter was spat. That's the least of it. We're mortal enemies. 8 years ago, Tianyu stole our richest lands, forcing us to leave our homes and live in poverty. Many of our soldiers died in the war with Tianyu, so you tell me if I could forget such hatred? War is all about death. Either you die or I die. This is normal. Moreover, it was you who invaded us first. The war was also within Tianyu. You're the attackers, although you failed in the end. Scratching his nose, Zhuofan spoke. You struck first yet failed. Now you blame us for fighting back? The waiter glared in hatred and cursed. Humph, what do you know? This is all Tianyu's twisted plan. They say we should help them settle their unrest, only to label us as invaders later, and steal our land on top of it. All of you from Tianyu are nothing but snakes and greedy wastrels. The others nodded, looking at Zhuofan with red eyes. Oh, that does make sense. Zhuofan nodded. True, it was Tianyu's emperor at the time that invited you to help. I didn't think such a secret would reach the ears of a waiter. This must be the Quanrong emperor's campaign to keep his seat. But that's the truth, and I have nothing to deny it. But this was settled by the leadership, with the common people of Tianyu wholly disagreeing. Now that emperor lost, so of course he can't honor his promise to you. On the contrary, the enemy you two joined to fight ended up taking the power and came to settle scores with you. Since they had no deal with you, their enemies, of course they used you. The waiter's face twitched, then flicked his hand and barked, Who cares? All we know is that anyone from Tianyu worked to cheat us. No, Tianyu has many factions. If you side with one, the others are bound to become your enemies. Losing in the end means you bet on the wrong horse. This isn't a matter of Tianyu people's character. For them, you looked like the aides of their enemies who came to kill them. Zhuofan waved his hand. The only one to blame is your emperor and his faulty reasoning, involving himself in another empire's matter before understanding its workings. Also, with feeble soldiers, it's best to stay home and defend it, then invade and incite things. Shut your pie hole. The waiter had had enough, shaking from anger. Our emperor is the best in the world. After we lost our lands, he still made sure to settle us in the capital. Our commander is the best in the world, kind to his men and undefeated. Zhuofan mocked with a raised eyebrow. The best emperor? Ha ha ha. He lost your land and you call him that after giving you some crumbs? Isn't that his duty to begin with? If he didn't even do that, he'd be failing as an emperor, the best commander? Tuoba Taizhan ain't a bad old coot, but undefeated is a bit of a stretch at this point. At least in Tianyu, he lost all the way. How else would you end up without a home? Why, you little... Zhuofan's sharp mockery cut deep. The waiter and the others around were fuming mad. In the end the waiter roared, You dare slander our emperor and commander? You won't leave this place alive, man of Tianyu. We'll kill you. Everyone stood up and unleashed their bloodlust on Zhuofan as they came charging. Zhuofan had nothing better to do than yawn. A few profound heaven experts among a bunch of bone-tempering cultivators. What can nobodies like you do against a radiant stage expert in the 8th layer? Await, radiant stage? Eyes wide, they all looked dumbstruck. We were too impulsive and got caught up in the flow. Chapter 803, Asking Around. Chapter 803, Asking Around. Proofreader, Papatonks. The silence was deafening. Everyone here looked at each other, then at Xuefan with a dumb look. Though neither budged an inch, the waiter was sweating now, shaking like a leaf next to Xuefan and on the verge of tears. What's wrong with me? The least I could do was check his level before I let anger take me. Only now he saw that his bone-tempering cultivation wasn't enough to see through him. This was an obvious sign the other's level was way higher. The people in the restaurant sized Xuefan up, then lamented their fates. We can't tell anything. We can't even touch him as we are. They all stood stiff in the same spot, while Xuefan snickered. What's the hold up? Didn't you want to kill me? No, no, no. Everyone shook their heads. Passers-bys like them would never reach his level. They'd just be mowed down if they attacked now. Xuefan shook his head. I was wondering why the Quanrong Emperor would be so impulsive as to step into Tianyu's unrest. Now I see Quanrong are all brawn, attacking before even looking. It might sound like bravery, even heroism, but it's just a fancy way of calling someone an idiot. Before you start attacking, you should start flexing that thing you have for a head. Well, I guess you lost those hundreds of miles fair and square, ha ha ha. Xuefan's mockery made everyone's faces turn red. Xuefan started off with defending himself, but now he was openly disregarding their emperor and their entire people. It made the Quanrong so angry and filled with hatred, though not enough to attack. Not when Xuefan had the biggest fist around. Seeing them all so tense, Xuefan smiled, though no longer toyed with them, since he had no intention of quarreling with the common folk. Since you guys won't do nothing, I'll attack. The waiter shouted, scared to death. A radiant stage cultivator could kill them with a thought. They'd be slaughtered. The others panicked and fell to their knees, begging for their lives. Rolling his eyes, Xuefan huffed. Who'd kill you? You're not even worth it. I was gonna say that since you won't start anything, I'll ask some questions and then you can just scram. Oh, just questions. Who the hell jumped the gun and said he'll attack? They relaxed at once, but then they recalled their panic and shameful act, looking for the instigator. Shit, that scared me to death. All eyes glared at the waiter. He lowered his head with resentment. Can you blame me? How would I know this guy is against the norms? Shouldn't it be if we don't attack, he will? Ignoring their reproaching looks, Xuefan said, Waiter, I'll ask you first. What were those fights you were talking about? With who? You don't know? The waiter was stunned. Xuefan rolled his eyes and cursed. Why else am I asking you? Yeah, Senior asked you a question and you're quibbling. Hurry up and answer before Senior gets impatient. Waiter, cut the crap and answer. Everyone in the restaurant began to curse at him and make him feel glum. Damn these fools, switching sides at the drop of a hat. They were patriots a second ago alongside me, now they're this Tianyu guy's loyal dogs. Since you can't mess with a radiant stage cultivator, you take it out on a waiter? Xuefan frowned and glared at them. To quiet down, the waiter bowed. Sir, we're at war with Tianyu. Since you're from Tianyu, I thought you knew. They're fighting again? Why? For how long? Around a month. The rumor is His Majesty received the full support from the Guardian sect, vowing to get our land back. The waiter sighed, and His Majesty wanted to make up for his mistake 8 years ago, so there's been a martial law in place at the borders, to prevent any Tianyu spies from coming in. That's why when Sir. The patriotic waiter forgot who he was talking to, forgetting he was giving a strong guy from Tianyu a report, so he sewed his mouth shut. Something had to be wrong with his head, to talk when he was aware of the situation. He may be. Don't worry, I'm no spy. Xuefan smiled. Have you ever seen a spy exposing himself like me? Besides, it's common knowledge what you told me so far. I've been away from Tianyu for so many years, and want to return. I couldn't know these things. The waiter sighed, relieved. I haven't sold my country. Xuefan pondered carefully. There's a serious problem here. I saw the Luo clan's power and Quanrong didn't have the strength to invade Tianyu. Also, Beast Taming Sect is offering full support? Humph, it is only one sect while the other has 3 helping it. Unless something fishy is going on here. Did the higher powers reach some debased deal? What are you talking about, sir? The waiter asked. Puzzled. Zhuofan waved his hand. Nothing, it doesn't involve you anyway. Quanrong won't win in any case. There's still something I want to know. Ha ha ha, do you guys have some wonderful scenery around of immense beauty? Scenery? The waiter was stumped, the people puzzled. He shook his head. Sir, Quanrong isn't like Tianyu, with rich lands and great sceneries. We're barren, so where can there be such a place here? If you want to enjoy some places, you're better off going to Tianyu. They have far better sceneries. Then what about Harsh Mountains? Which is the most treacherous area, the place where livestock vanishes the most? Zhuofan squinted. Where the wind tunnel gathered spiritual energy, it did not mean paradise would always form. It might not be unlike the local areas, making it truly a danger zone. The waiter was still looking lost. Sir, where have you heard this? We're barren, but not in hell, with a poisoned land. Wouldn't we have died off by now? Frowning, Zhuofan pondered, were the OL dragon's senses out of whack when he made the sketch? There's no sign of the wind tunnel here. That would mean all the other spots were wrong as well. How am I supposed to find 8 wind tunnels on these huge lands? Zhuofan was worried. The waiter and the rest did not make a peep, afraid he would kill them. Everyone waited there for his words. Where's the owner? In this tense mood, heads turned as loud footsteps were heard coming into the locale. 2 built men in lavish clothes walked forward, their strong physique clearly making them out to be at peak profound heaven stage. The 6th prince has booked this place. All of you are to leave. The 2 tough guys stuck out their chests, looking smug and cocky, though they did not see the panic that unusually followed. In fact, the people were making shushing gestures in a rush. What's going on here? Are you all deaf? The 6th prince booked this place. Get out now. The 2 barked once more and the people looked at the 2 tough men, trying to hint at them. See him? He can't be offended, so keep it down. Don't disturb him or we'll all get it. However, the 2 muscles did not get to shout again as Zhuofan's cold tone echoed. Who are the crazed dogs barking in my ear? Chapter 804. Number 1 Fan. Chapter 804. Number 1 Fan. Proofreader, Papatongs. How dare you? The 2 got so used to having their way, they began shouting at Zhuofan's complaint. Who are you to disturb the 6th prince? Boom. Their tirade was cut short by an explosion. They exploded in a mist of blood while Zhuofan lowered his punch, lamenting, where am I supposed to go from here? The sketch is a bust. The people in the restaurant paled, with some even slumping on the floor. Just 1 punch from an 8th layer radiant stage expert and 2 peak, profound heaven cultivators were dead without even a corpse left behind. They died before even knowing what was coming. This guy is brutal, not holding back at all. Those 2 were the prince's men. The fear in everyone only grew as they looked at Zhuofan, shivering in their spots. Qiao'er, Hualasha, are you done? The prince is about to arrive. An aged voice sounded from a man with a white beard. Seeing the blood around, he shouted, What's with all this blood? Haven't I told you brats not to kill? How can you feast when there's blood around? Cleaning it up is such a pain too. The people glanced at the old guy but remained silent. He must think the blood comes from us. If only he knew they were his own 2 men. The old man walked inside as he shouted, Qiao'er, Hualasha, get out here right no dish ugh. The old man bore a weird look. Why are there so many people around? 6th prince is about to arrive. The others gave him a pitiful look, then waited for Zhuofan to make his move. What's a prince against an 8th layer radiant stage cultivator? If we take a single step without his permission, we might just end up like those 2. Zhuofan was frowning and pondering what to do. The sketch lost its value and he was now stuck. He was so distracted, he did not notice the eerie mood in the restaurant. Sir. The old man wasn't as impulsive as the late two. Noticing where all eyes were looking, he grew stiff as he sized Zhuofan up. Oh crap, an 8th layer radiant stage expert. He was only in the 4th layer and the prince's household had no such expert either. That was the reason behind his bow and address. Zhuofan was still vexed with his problem to pay him any mind. The old man turned to the waiter. Who is this, sir? The waiter shook his head. The old man looked around, and got the same answer from the rest. Sighing, the old man asked, Where are the 2 tough men that came in? You're stepping on them. The waiter pointed at the blood. The old man shook and looked at all the red on the floor, then at the stumped Zhuofan in realization. The two's brash attitudes must have irked this man, and they ended up like this. This was bad. Messing with such a strong expert was anything but good. I have to settle it now. But he shows complete disregard to me, who is 4 layers beneath him. Since there's nothing I can do, I'll get help. The old man tiptoed 2 steps back, then ran like hell. The people were stunned. And you call yourself a man in 6th Prince's service? Mere thugs that scare the weak ones and flee from anyone strong. Only Zhuofan was still lost in his thoughts, not registering this event. Whoosh! 4 powerful energies came into the restaurant moments later and forced the guests to falter back. 4 elders enter, with one of them being the same guy from before. But the leader was a blond man with sharp eyes and far stronger. The people in the restaurant knew then and there that this guy was a true expert. Many who met his eyes felt dizzy and in shock. With these 4 so powerful, are they planning to take on the Tianyu expert? That will mean a brutal battle. Won't that end with us as collateral? The people were restless now, praying to anyone out there not to get dragged into this mess. It was beyond their expectations when they saw the blonde elder bowing before Zhuofan. I am High Venerable Jin Buhuan of the 6th Prince from Quanrong Empire. I ask that you overlook the rude attitude of my men. Get lost. Seeing as the strongest, Jin Buhuan was only 1 layer lower than him, Zhuofan couldn't care less. Stunned, Jin Buhuan felt awkward, then his mood sank. He might be slightly weaker, but to get no respect at all? He had more men as well. If a fight broke out, it might even go in their favor. The white-bearded old man knew this and shouted, Sir, we respect you as fellow Radiant Stage cultivators and don't wish to fight. We are even willing to overlook killing our men, but even with your 8th layer Radiant Stage cultivation, among the best in Quanrong, it still won't be enough against numbers. Getting on the Imperial family's bad side is ill-advised. I urge you to rethink and let's work this out as friends. Jin Buhuan smiled and nodded at his approach, neither humble nor confrontational, with words said with respect and reason. That should do it. Too bad they weren't dealing with your average Radiant Stage expert. Even a rotten bastard would listen, but not Zhuofan, who was loftier than the loftiest freak. All bark and no bite. Zhuofan mocked. You old coots yap for so long because your teeth must be dulled, ha ha ha. Jin Buhuan's face twitched and grew red. He clenched his fists in rage. Damn punk, we're clearly being nice and you spit on our faces? Zhuofan smirked at them. He was annoyed. The sketch was a bust and needed a good punching bag to feel better. It just so happened a few poor devils came right at his door. Jin Buhuan glared. Sir, I don't care who or how strong you are, but you're over the line. I will not take this lying down. Jin Buhuan exploded with power and bloodthirst as he charged at Zhuofan. The other 3 elders were right behind him. The oppressive power shook the entire restaurant. The people were pushed back under such pressure. While Zhuofan just smiled, he was looking at 4 clowns doing their act. Zhuofan mocking gaze enraged Jin Buhuan. He shouted and was about to strike. Stop! Ugh! Halting all of a sudden, Jin Buhuan looked back and bowed. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow and saw a fashionable youth walking over. He must be their lord, that 6th prince. Ignoring the elders, the prince looked at Zhuofan in shock. His steps were shaky, his lips trembling. Yes, I'm the one that killed your 2 dogs. Now 4 more dogs came to bite me, so you should be coming in only after this is done. There's no need for any blustering either, being more than familiar with this play. Wait till I kill them. If you still want to die, I don't mind sending you off as well." Zhuofan waved him off like he was a beggar. The elders were furious and wanted to rip Zhuofan to pieces, but the youth was dancing in joy. "Why, you're Zhuofan. How are you still alive? I'm your biggest fan." Zhuofan was perplexed, to say the least. Chapter 805, Sixth Prince. Chapter 805, Sixth Prince. Proofreader, Papatonks. Giving the youth a long look, Zhuofan grumbled and scratched his head. "Have we met? Why can't I remember?" Sir Zhua, you never met me, but I have." Shaking from excitement, the youth came next to Zhuofan and looked at him with stars in his eyes. Zhuofan was put off. "And who are you supposed to be? When did you see me?" "At the Double Dragon Gathering, Sir Zhua." Recalling those glorious fights, the youth trembled, his voice shaky. "I was Quanrong Empire's representative and witnessed Sir's punch erasing all of Beast Taming Sect's team and your rise to fame. From a lower 3 sect disciple to the best disciple in Western lands. I was moved to tears." Startled, Zhuofan finally reacted. "So the kid saw me fight. No wonder I never noticed him. With so many people around, it would have been strange if he had, though he finds this guy's choice of words peculiar. Kid, you're the 6th prince of Quanrong Empire?" "Yep." The prince was so excited just by the fact Zhuofan talked to him, like it was his honor or something. "That would make Beast Taming Sect your guardian sect, so why would you be so thrilled to see me pulverizing them?" Zhuofan was quite curious while the prince wrote it off. "Them? They're nothing more than our puppet masters. Their heinous disciples got used to doing anything they wanted, with no one standing up to them. That's why they looked like that at Double Dragon Gathering. They have nothing to do with us. In fact, Serge's punch truly helped us vent." "Oh, no problem, though you shouldn't call them heinous, since those guys behind you aren't any better." Zhuofan nodded. The prince chuckled, totally accepting the blame. "Serge's lesson is true. I have indeed neglected my men's conduct. What does it have to do with me if you care or not?" Zhuofan rolled his eyes. The 6th prince did not mind at all, taking all his words at face value. Yep, Sir Zhua is a man of ambition, so why would you care about little old me's faults? But since Sir mentioned it, I'll be sure to rectify it." The 6th prince turned around and spoke harshly at the 4 elders. "Venerable Jean, tell everyone they are forbidden from using their power on the people, or their heads will roll. How can we be seen the same way as those rotten bastards from Beast Taming Sect? How will Sir Zhua see us then?" "Yes, sir." Jean Buhuan bowed and then sighed at Zhuofan. To be honest, 6th prince was a whimsical guy who was only out to have fun, ignoring everything else. Quanrong Emperor tried teaching some sense to him, but he just wouldn't listen. Yet now, a short word from Zhuofan got him on the straight and narrow. This is the power of an idol. Zhuofan felt helpless too. "What's it got to do with me?" "Sir Zhua, I've been hearing rumors that you've been killed. I've been offering bitter prayers and tears for your safe passing. You can ask them if you don't believe me." "True." 6th prince looked excitedly at Zhuofan, then turned to his elders to echo him. They nodded their heads and attested to his conduct. "Our prince is your biggest fan. Though what is Sir doing here all of a sudden? Are the rumors fake?" 6th prince asked, grinning. Zhuofan mocked as his eyes took on a savage glint. "They'll have another thing coming if they think I'll just drop dead." "Cool." 6th prince squealed in adoration at Zhuofan's inadvertent posing. Then he turned to his elders. "See that? This is Sir Zhua, the best in Double Dragon Gathering and my idol. Isn't he awesome?" The 4 bobbed their heads with a bright smile. "Yes, cool, very cool." Though the 4's hearts weren't that much into it. As the kid's men, they had to cater to his whims and lower themselves by idolizing his idol. Even Zhuofan was of the same opinion, feeling put off by this crazed fan. Though he was about to pick a fight despite the other backing down, the sixth prince's adoration deflated his anger. How could he when the kid was worshipping the ground he walked on? I better get out of here fast. Sixth prince saw him go and rushed to block him. Sir Jua, where are you going? You're finally in Quanrong, so how can you go without me being your host? That's fine. I couldn't find anything here I need, so I'll be going. Zhuofan chuckled and walked on. Sixth prince sparkling eyes rolled about in thought, then he said, Sir Jua, what are you looking for? I know this place the best, so let me help. You! Zhuofan raised an eyebrow, sizing him up. Of course, the whirlwind tunnel, with how weird it is, has a high chance of being taken by some really rich and powerful people. How can a nobody know about it? This kid is the sixth prince of Quanrong, of illustrious pedigree, and can hear many interesting tidbits. Zhuofan's eyes lit up. Great, then tell me, are there any spectacular places around here, or any harsh and deadly ones? Spectacular! The prince paused, then clapped. Have you come to enjoy our wonderful lands? In a way. Zhuofan strained to agree. Are there any particular landscapes about? Sixth prince beamed. You came to the right man. We have barren lands, but don't lack in some good views either. My new mansion just got built around a wonder like no other. You might even say it's heaven on earth. I dare say you'll never see anything like it in the whole 5 lands. Really? Zhuofan grinned. Sixth prince nodded in pride. Of course, the mighty are bound to steal it from me if they knew of it. Imperial father saw it and wanted to build a summer palace, but I fought him against it and took it from him. That marvel is mine and mine alone. Imperial father will have to ask me if he wants a peek, ha ha ha. Sir Jua, now that you're here, I'll hold a feast at once. Let us enjoy the beauty together, with wine in hand. That's such a waste. Let's just go right now. Zhuofan was overjoyed and couldn't wait to get there. Such a godsend, coming right when he was at his lowest. Sixth prince nodded, leading the way with a bright smile. It was his pride and joy to do anything for Zhuofan. Jin Buhuan came before the sixth prince before they could go. Prince, please wait. You had a fight with Elder Shi over a girl and His Majesty asked you to make amends. I get that you did not want to receive him at your home, so you came here instead. But if you leave, won't you stand Elder Shi up? We can't have him blow up in anger. Why do I have to apologize to that snake? Humph, not happening. Sixth prince was stubborn. I saw that girl first and that snake came to take her. He even killed all my men. Now Imperial father wants me to apologize? Whatever for. A has-been elder of beast taming sect is nothing. All he knows is to come to Quanrong Imperial capital and be vile. Humph, the only reason I set a feast is because you cowards made me. Seeing the prince's attitude, Jin Buhuan shook his head. Prince, it's just some jealousy over a girl. And those guards weren't much worth either. An Elder Shi is an ethereal stage expert that not even His Majesty can mess with. If not for beast taming sect holding him back, he'd be killing us as well. You have to apologize and settle his anger. You also said they lost power in the beast taming sect, and it's nothing big yet. So let's make it stay like that. No and no. Sixth prince pointed at Zhuofan in his temper. Sir Jua fears nothing, winning double dragon gathering by himself. I will follow his example and won't fear that snake. Sir Jua, let's go to the mansion for a drink. Let these old fools attend to that damn snake. Zhuofan watched the situation go out of hand and did not mind urging the prince to leave. He did not care about offending some ethereal stage expert that one day might come to take the prince's life. Jin Buhuan saw through his intention and bowed. Sir Jua, sixth prince has always worshipped you. The news of your death had made him cry for 3 days. All of it is true. Have mercy and don't push master into the fire. Convince him to make amends with Elder Shi. As for the marvel, you'll be seeing it shortly after. Or I would be taking sir while master attends to the guest. Chapter 806, Fuming Elder She. Chapter 806, Fuming Elder She. Proofreader, Papatonks. Zhuofan pondered and nodded. All in all, the kid is my fan. While I have no intention of getting dragged into his problem, that doesn't mean I should make his situation worse. The old man has a good idea. Let the master deal with him, and someone else will just take me there. Since he was after the whirlwind tunnel, what difference did it make on who took him there? While he might agree, the prince was totally against it. Not happening. Sir Zhua is my honored guest. I have to do my utmost in fulfilling all of Sir Zhua's requests. As for that damn snake, let him rot for all I care. Sixth Prince stormed out in anger. Zhuofan shrugged and followed, but just then, Jin Buhuan rushed next to him and spoke. Sir Zhua, I've long since heard of the prince praising you, but he's also known to boast a lot, especially about the people he likes, to no end. That's why I do not believe anything he said about you. You heard it yourself, an ethereal stage expert. If angered, he'd go to His Majesty and it would not end with his son taking the fall, but you becoming the scapegoat. For the sixth prince and for your safety, I urge you to convince him to placate Elder She and not let his temper flare out. True, a crazed fan like the sixth prince sure has it in him to do that. Zhuofan grinned. Only this one time, your master hasn't been boasting. A mere ethereal stage expert is nothing to me. If the prince truly helps me in finding what I seek, I don't see why I can't help you all skin this snake to spare you the trouble, ha ha ha. Zhuofan walked out after the sixth prince, leaving Jin Buhuan dumbstruck. Is he nuts? An 8th layer radiant stage cultivator wants to fight an ethereal stage expert? No wonder the sixth prince became so obnoxious of late. What good is copying an idol like this? Closing his eyes, Jin Buhuan felt pain in his heart. Elder Jin, the sixth prince is gone. What do we do when Elder She comes? The white elder asked tensely, shaking his head. Elder Jin sighed. Master is too stubborn and we can only help him. I just hope Elder She will accept it. He shouldn't want to blow things out of proportion either, making His Majesty send for beast-taming sect to take him away. Elder Jin turned towards the dumbstruck crowd in the restaurant. What are you standing around for? Didn't you hear our shout? We booked this place. Now scram. Right. They all bobbed their heads and ran like the wind. Finally getting their pardon, they were about to lose their lives under Zhuofan's demonic threat, shaking like leaves in fear. Now that they could leave, they were overjoyed they escaped with their lives. Furthermore, the people vowed never to set foot in this accursed restaurant again. The head of the restaurant would have cried if he knew his business had collapsed. Clean this place up and prepare the finest meals and drink. We're holding a feast. Jin Buhuan eyed the messed up place and shouted. The head of the place and the waiter went to work in just 15 minutes. The restaurant looked brand new. Slow steps were heard and a youth with sharp eyes approached the locale. Looking it over, his mood sank. When you fall, all want to kick you. I might have made a mistake that one time and the sect threw me out, but I'm still an ethereal stage expert, damn it. The Emperor should be welcoming me. Yet now, a stinking brat is treating me in this wretched shack? Humph, where's the apology in that? Elder She, we've been waiting for you. Jin Buhuan shouted as he led his 3 men outside the restaurant to bow and welcome. Elder She eyed him coldly. What's this supposed to mean? Where's your lord? That brat isn't welcoming me? Well, please don't be upset, Elder She. Wiping his sweaty brow, Jin Buhuan hurriedly apologized. Prince was feeling unwell and could not come, so he had us. Enough! Boom! Elder She flicked his sleeve, and a powerful gale swept the floor. They left a trail of blood as they flew. Elder She gnashed his teeth. You 4 better get this straight. The only reason I tolerated some punk's affront and agreed to this apology feast is all because of Quanrong Emperor. But since he doesn't care, he forced my hand. Whoosh! Elder She shot straight into the air. Jin Buhuan's group cried out. He's going for the 6th prince's mansion. The prince is in danger. Venerable Jean, lighten up. Isn't the prince taking Zhuofan to his other mansion? He's not home right now. Yeah, and besides, we still got time to report. We can't delay or the prince might die. Jean Buhuan bobbed his head, straightened his wounded body and flew away. With blood dripping from him, the other three bore through the pane and followed closely. Meanwhile, Zhuofan and the sixth prince arrived at a remote mountain, at a place among a forest where a mansion was perfectly blended with the surroundings. Its guards were profound heaven experts. The prince bowed to Zhuofan before the door and smiled. Sir Zhua, after you. Zhuofan nodded and strolled right in. Sixth prince skipped after him like a good servant, and was happy for it. The guards were dumbstruck. The rash, impulsive, outrageous sixth prince of theirs knew how to be polite. Even when seeing the emperor, this kid would never show any respect. Being the youngest, his majesty doted on him, which made him grow up without any restraints. The fact that he gave up and let his son have this spot for his mansion showed just how much he cared. But now, hey, who's he? Why's the prince acting like that? Don't know. Maybe the father-in-law or brother-in-law. Why else would he be more respectful than when seeing his father? Oh, so the prince finally met his other half. It's good that he stopped visiting brothels, ha ha ha. The guards whispered while the sixth prince led Zhuofan to a large building. Zhuofan shot the prince a puzzled look, grinning. The prince pointed at it. Sir Zhua, the magnificence of the land can only be enjoyed in the truest sense from atop this building. Oh really? Zhuofan frowned, though not bothered that much. Since the wind tunnel couldn't be just seen, might as well just play the guest, and so, the prince took Zhuofan 18 stories high, to an elegant room. The prince then walked to the window and opened it. Letting in the fresh breeze of humid mountain air. Beyond the window was a 300-meter waterfall. Its immense drop felt like it was descending from the heavens above. Zhuofan was stunned, turning his stiff face around. Sixth prince, is this the view you were talking about? Yes, isn't it marvelous? The prince spoke with pride. Sir Zhua, you know as well how poor the land in Quanrong is. Such a waterfall is a rarity. That's why I had an array place to hide it and only enjoyed from this place. Even Imperial father can only come once a month to appreciate this wonder, while I can come every day, ha ha ha. Sir Zhua, this view is great, my ass. Zhuofan snapped as he rained curses. The waterfall is nice and that's it. There's plenty more like it in Tianyu. You think I wasted my time coming here for this thing? I wanted a place with strange occurrences, out of this world even. Something like getting in but can't get out, or a spot where meditating a day equals 10 years. The sixth prince looked like a hurt puppy with his lowered head. But, didn't you say you came to see Quanrong scenery? This is the best we could find. It's fine, I was wrong here for not being clear. It seems Quanrong doesn't have what I seek. I'm leaving. Zhuofan sighed and turned away. The sixth prince rushed to stop him. Wait, Sir Zhua. You're leaving so soon? At least stay for a few days. No thanks. It seems the sketch is useless. I'll go look someplace else. Hold on. The prince cried. You said you wanted to see strange places. Well, Big Brother has such a place. I'll take you there. Your brother? Yes, my elder brother, Quanrong's crown prince. Sixth prince nodded, his eyes shining with hope. Chapter 807, Suicidal. Chapter 807, Suicidal. Proofreader, Papatonks. Zhuofan nodded after a pause. All right, let's go to your brother. Sixth prince perked up, skipping over to Zhuofan and about to lead him like an overexcited child. Zhuofan chuckled. He really is my greatest fan. Is he that happy to be around me? Sixth prince, run. Elder, she's coming. A shout came from the window, and the two saw Jean Buhuan's group, covered in blood and collapsing from their flight, spitting blood again. Sixth prince helped them up. What happened, Venerable Jean? Why are you all like this? Cough, run, prince. Elder, she went on a killing spree to your mansion. We used this chance to warn you. You have to get to the Imperial Palace. With His Majesty around, maybe his anger can be subdued. That bastard did this to you. His brow shaking, Sixth Prince hissed. Absurd. Even for a beast-taming sect elder, this is too much. Those three have been thrown out of the sect for their mistakes, and now they're taking it out on the common folk. Beast-taming sect did cast them out, but they're still its elders. They still have power. The sect will cover for them as long as nothing serious happens. Jean Buhuan shook his head and sighed. Ignoring the fact they were thrown out, they're still in the ethereal stage. Who in the Empire would fight them? Prince, we all admire your principles, but I'll have to step out of line here. You're too naive. There are some things, some men, that you can't mess with. Sixth Prince's brow quivered as he cursed. Those damn geezers, making the entire Imperial capital restless, and now they even have the nerve to come after me. Won't that mean they have no restraint against anyone else? How can we rule the Quanrong Empire in this state? No, I have to plead that Imperial father to remove those three bastards. It's no use. Of course His Majesty would want that as well, but no one is strong enough. Jean Buhuan was filled with pain. Those three geezers got kicked out of beast-taming sect, and now are running amok. Sixth Prince shook in anger, but then he suddenly went still and peeked at Zhuofan. In the end, he spoke his mind. Sir Zhua, what do you think I should do? If I weren't here, your best bet would be hiding in the Imperial Palace. And you old coots, you were better off sending someone to give us a message while going to Imperial Palace to seek help instead. Jean Buhuan jerked and facepalmed in regret. Why didn't I think of that? Right, I should have sent someone to report to His Majesty. What am I to do since you're here then? Ignoring Zhuofan's proposal, Sixth Prince wanted to know his stance. Whether he'd help. Zhuofan spoke calmly. Nothing at all. As long. What? Sixth Prince asked in hope with an evil grin. Zhuofan replied. As long as you take me to the strange place of Crown Prince, you can then do like I suggested, hide in the Imperial Palace. Ugh! The prince's face twitched. He knew Zhuofan's power, yet the man refused him in the end. Humph. Sixth Prince's life is at an end and you still want to go to Crown Prince? Jean Buhuan growled. Sixth Prince treated you like a guest and this ridiculous idea is your reply? I knew you wouldn't want to get involved as you're not in the ethereal stage, but at least your plan is sound. Zhuofan admitted. Then you go hide in the Imperial Palace while I go see Crown Prince alone. The great Crown Prince's manor should be an easy find. Zhuofan shot to the skies. Wait, Sir Zhua. Let me take you. Sixth Prince rushed after him. Jean Buhuan shook his head and followed as well, about to blow a gasket. Prince, let him go. Your safety's more important. I can't let death scare me from living. The great Sir Zhua I admire is now here, so how can I not go hang out with him? The prince glared and rushed on. Sir Zhua, wait for me. They quickly left the building and went away. Whoosh. Just then, a savage cackle resounded. Ha ha ha, brat, so this is where you are. You offended me and against my better judgment, I decided to hear your father out in letting you apologize. But you actually stood me up. Humph, now even if the Emperor pleaded for you, it still won't save you. Damn, Elder, she caught up. Why so soon? Jean Buhuan rushed to protect the prince. The ethereal stage expert floated down, looking at the four elders with a twisted smile. Mere radiant stage cultivators. Don't you know the fear of ethereal stage experts? Sixth Prince, today is the day you, ugh. Elder, she looked at the prince's grave face, but then he paused. His face twisted like he saw his worst enemy. You! Elder, she stared at Zhuofan next to the prince. Zhuofan paused, looking around, but didn't see anyone. Stop faking. I'm talking to you. Elder, she clenched his fists, his bloodshot eyes squinting at Zhuofan as his rage exploded. 8 years have gone and now I finally get to meet you again. Scratching his head, Zhuofan asked, stumped, we know each other? No? Ha ha ha, not just that. If it weren't for you, bastard, I would have never been thrown out of the sect and lived miserably like this. Howling in sadness, Elder Shi's eyes reflected only hatred. I had nightmares more nights than I could count about that white hair and those eyes. I swore to never forget the pain you brought me. Zhuofan was perplexed. What's your beef with me? Why can't I remember you? Who are you supposed to be anyway? Ha ha ha, you're so forgetful, I see, though it's natural since I've changed my looks. Snickering, Elder Shi said, Brat, you still remember the war 8 years ago in Tianyu. You ruined my body. 8 years, I bore that shame with me for 8 damn years. With my body ruined, even getting a new one, my cultivation had stagnated. When I could have managed to reach the 5th layer of ethereal stage, but now the 2nd layer is all this body can allow. But this wasn't the reason for sect leaders' banishment. It's all due to losing that war and letting the demon-scheming sect grab hold of proof of our involvement. Then the other 2 sects forced our sect to pay up in spirit stones, making us the criminal. Henceforth, my path was ruined, abandoned by the sect as well. All of this is your fault. You ruined my life. Brat, now that we met, I'll end you and 6th Prince, getting rid of all the rancor. Ignoring the cawing, Zhuofan squinted in thought, then exclaimed, Oh! So that obscene snake shed his skin. Almost didn't recognize you there. Hee, Sir Zhuo, it seems you're involved now. You can't stand aside as it is. 6th Prince was overjoyed. The 4 elders were startled. What use would he have if he joins? We're all in the radiant stage anyway, unable to face an ethereal stage expert. Only the prince had complete confidence in Zhuofan. Scratching his nose, Zhuofan nodded. Yeah, I can't go around going easy on my enemies, now can I? Since I already suffered for it once. Zhuofan's eyes flashed with coldness and bloodthirst. Elder Shi shook for some reason, feeling like a beast had its eyes on him and sending a deep-seated fear in his bones, but then he shook his head to shake it off. There's no way. He's just a radiant stage punk. How can he threaten me? Boom! Before he could make sense of it all, an explosion resounded. A force like no other shot through Elder Shi, the large building behind him, and then stopped in the large waterfall where it went off. A tornado of dust engulfed the sky, mixing with the water turned into mist, roaring as it grew, linking heaven and earth. When the dust finally settled, what reflected in everyone's eyes was utter destruction. The 18-story-high building was gone, so was the 300-tall waterfall. But what was more important was that Elder Shi was nowhere in sight. Everywhere the people look, they were welcomed with a flat and barren land. Zhuofan lowered his fist, his eyes cold, annoying. SSS. Gasping, Jin Buhuan and everyone else were lost for words. Cool. 6th Prince was the first to recover and whooped in joy. Chapter 808, Outstanding Crown Prince. Chapter 808, Outstanding Crown Prince. Proofreader, Papatonks. Lowering his mighty right hand, Zhuofan looked like he had done a trifle thing. He patted the 6th Prince's shoulder. Now hurry along and take me to the Crown Prince. I hope I'll find what I seek there. Sure thing. After a brief pause of shock, the prince shouted in excitement as he went first. Jin Buhuan and his 3 men were shell-shocked, just watching the 2 go with a dull look. Holy hell! He really is as strong as 6th Prince said. For once, he didn't boast. He's way stronger than he lets on, killing an ethereal stage expert in 1 punch even. Thank God we didn't fight him before. We'd have been killed as well. The 4 shivered when they recalled the scene at the restaurant. Zhuofan and the prince were a way off when a rumble echoed out and the earth shook. A huge image of a python came out of the ground, hissing, Damn punk, you ruined my body again. I'm going to eat you alive. It's Elder Shi's soul. Jin Buhuan cried out. In the radiant stage, the body might be strong, but the soul isn't up to an ethereal stage expert's level. We're done for. Jin Buhuan panicked and Elder Shi snickered. Yes, brat, you ambushed me again and ruined my body, but there's no way a radiant stage like you can deal with my soul. Whoosh! He didn't finish as a scarlet dragon claw came out of Zhuofan and gripped the squirming, oversized garden snake. He choked on his words, with those sharp eyes reflecting fear like no other. This is a soul? How? He's only in the radiant stage. Humph, this is what you get for being stupid. You could have just floated away as your soul, but no, you had to be suicidal. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan's eyes flashed and the scarlet dragon claw squeezed. The oversized snake wailed one last time as it was reduced to motes of spiritual energy scattered around the dragon claw, went back to Zhuofan, and resumed following Sixth Prince like nothing happened. Jean Buhuan's face twitched with a dumb look as they watched Zhuofan going about his way. They all had the same shocked look and idea. Since when can a radiant stage cultivator form his soul? A true freak. Meanwhile, a man and a woman were sitting in a pavilion next to a graceful lake. The man wore a crown and was presentable, stacked in jewelry. Though his elegance was ruined by his sinister smile, especially when aimed at the woman next to him. As for the woman, she was a beaut, bright eyes, sculpted eyebrows. Alas, the image was marred somewhat by her constant frown. Around them were singing and dancing girls, but as the obscene music and suggestive dancing of the women in their sheer attire continued, Qiao'er, the daughter of Quanrong's high commander, bit her lip. The man smirked, one hand groping around a woman's waist, opening his mouth and letting her tender finger feed him fruits. Sometimes it wasn't just the fingers. The man let out an obnoxious laughter now and then, filled with lust. Qiao'er was sickened by it, but helpless against it. Qiao'er gathered all her bravery to ask, "Crown Prince, would it be possible to release my brother?" Him. The man raised an eyebrow. In front of the whole nation, he punched me. How could I just let him go after his blatant disregard for authority? Clenching her fists, Qiao'er bit her lip harder. Brother was wrong in striking your highness, but he was doing it to protect me. It was all my fault. I hope your highness would consider to Oba family's wholehearted service to Quanrong and release my brother at once. Qiao'er will never forget your highness's gesture. Oh, never you say. Crown Prince sized her fine figure up and broke out in a lustful grin. I don't need that long, just attending to me for the rest of your life would do, he. Your highness! Qiao'er cried out and jerked away at his obscene gaze on her. Then she trembled as she spoke. Please mind yourself, your highness! Throwing the beauty in his arms away, the crown prince became bored, speaking coldly. Taubal Qiao'er, don't you play coy with me. Be grateful I have the time to waste on you. Tauba has been a great family for a long time, but ever since your defeat 8 years ago, costing the Empire heavily, you're now criminals. Imperial father did not execute the old Tuoba Taizhan, and only demoted him to captain of the guards. This is already gratitude enough for all his service. All of this was possible because I pleaded your case. What do you think would have happened if I hadn't? You'd be stripped of everything and goddamned hanged. Qiao'er bit her lip with a lowered head, and what do? Humph. Crown Prince went on with his tirade. Damn ingrates, I even asked for your hand yet that old Tauba Coot actually refused my kind gesture. I thought his mind woke up when he came to visit me in person afterward, but he only came to me for help. That elder she had set his eyes on you ever since the war in Tianyu. His soul was redeemed by the sect, so that geezer now wants to use my name to curb elder she's tendencies. As my future concubine, if a sect cast out touched you, even an ethereal stage expert, he'd still pay for it. Shaking all over, Qiao'er lowered her head in silence. The crown prince walked before her with a hard face. I accepted becoming your shield, but as long as you're mine. That old coot won't ever touch you then. But you just don't know when to quit. Saying you want to be with me only to drag out the wedding. This has been going for 8 years already. Are you taking me for a fool you use for your own amusement? Forgive me, your highness. Jerking, Qiao'er faltered with teary eyes, looking at her pretty face with a dead look. The crown prince caressed her soft cheek. As she shivered, his eyes shone with desire, shouting, "I don't need your apology, I want you." The Crown Prince threw himself at her and hugged her, wanting to take her by force. "No, your highness." Lianer struggled and wailed. In the end, she had to use her yuan qi to throw him off. He broke 4 stone pillars and wailed in pain. The Crown Prince, in his ostentatious attire, a pill-grown peak profound heaven expert, had just been thrown on the ground by a girl in the 8th layer. His never-ending lust had sapped his body of all the power that would make his cultivation high. He was the very opposite of Zhuofan. While Zhuofan's strength overshadowed his cultivation, Crown Prince's was nothing but an empty shell, worse than that of some rich boy getting a grip on his aching body to stand up straight. Crown Prince was enraged. "Why you? Your Highness, it wasn't on purpose." Lianer cowered, on the verge of tears, panting like an animal. The Crown Prince snarled, "You have the glory of becoming my concubine, far above those dissolute women. But over these 8 years, despite not getting married, I not once got to touch you. When I tried to get closer, your brother punched me, and today you do this. You're my concubine, yet I'm forced to go to someone else? And no, your Highness. Please listen." "Enough!" The Crown Prince shouted in anger. "Guards, bring that to Oba Lu Feng." "Yes, sir." At his order, a few men left to carry it. Soon they had a tied and familiar man brought over. He looked roughed up, judging by the battered face, though his features were still clear enough to see he was Tuoba Lufeng, Commander Tuoba Tieshan's sole son. Only now, the young commander was wretched, having lost his heroic heir years back. Chapter 809. Take Her and Run. Chapter 809. Take Her and Run. Proofreader, Papatonks. Brother! Lianer saw her brother having experienced torture under the Crown Prince, and her heart was in pain. With tears in her eyes, Tuoba Lufeng cried out, "Sister, what are you doing here? Run." "Humph, why else would she be here if not to plead for you?" The Crown Prince grinned. "Laying your hands on a member of the Imperial family is punishable by death. No matter who pleads for you in court, I have the final say if you get to be released. I can even have the Tuoba family removed from the Quanrong Empire." "Ha ha ha, Tuoba Lufeng, everyone says you're a brilliant warrior, a wise young commander, so why were you so impulsive to hit me? That punch has shattered the future of your entire family." Tuoba Lufeng shook and spat. "Crown Prince, I had no intention of doing anything, but you went too far when you tried to force yourself on my sister." "Force? She's my concubine to begin with. What business does her brother have in this?" "Humph." The Crown Prince cut him off and turned to the girl with a twisted smile. "Lianer, you're my concubine. Fulfill your duty and, ha ha ha, I'll forget about this, letting this brother-in-law keep his life. When I ascend the throne, the Tauba family will rise again to its former glory. Refuse and well." The Crown Prince threatened, "It won't be just your brother's life on the line. Your father, and your family's 8 servants will follow him to his grave. I vow there won't remain even a Tauba dog alive after I'm through with you." Shuddering, Lianer paled from dread. Tuoba Lufeng cursed in hatred. "Crown Prince, take it out on me if you're a man. Leave my family out of this." "Lianer, don't listen to his twisted words. Your life will be ruined if you agree. Father and I will never agree to marry this." "That's enough, brother!" Lianer shouted, looking frail as she spoke. "Your Highness, let him go. I'll do all you ask." The Crown Prince had a winning smirk. Tuoba Lufeng cried out, "No!" Lianer's crystal tears began rolling down her cheeks as the despair took her. "Your Highness, 6th Prince is here with a strange youth. He requests an audience." A guard came to report. The Crown Prince flicked him away in annoyance. "That idiotic little brother of mine has the worst timing. I won't see him. Tell him to scram. Today's my most glorious day. I'm not in the mood to cater to his whims." "I'll notify 6th Prince at once." The guard left. The Crown Prince drew closer to Lianer with a disgusting leer in his eyes. His hands shook and his mouth watered in anticipation of having his fill of this fine lady's exquisite curves. Lianer, I finally have you. This is heaven on earth, ha ha ha. Then my brother, Lianer muttered. The Crown Prince sneered and waved. After we seal the deal, he'll be my brother-in-law. I won't go hard on him. Ha ha ha. Great, that's great. Lianer nodded in despair, her eyes losing their light. Tuobel Yufeng's eyes burned with hatred and humiliation. A man like him actually needed his sister to save him. Boom. The sudden huge explosion rattled everyone's composure. The Crown Prince cried out, "What's going on here?" Whoosh! A guard flew over in panic. "Your Highness, Sixth Prince's guest is forcing his way over." "What? Does brother plan on rebelling to fight his way into my home?" The Crown Prince was fuming. "What are you doing standing around for? Take the men and capture them. Tie him up and bring him here. I'll have Imperial Father sort him out. For God's sake, Imperial Father spoils him too much. He even dares to barge into my home." The guard was hesitant. "Your Highness, Sixth Prince's guest is too strong. We can't even hold him back. All the men we send over are dead. I barely made it out alive to report to you and urge you to flee. They're almost upon us." Boom! His words were cut short by the rumbling explosion from behind, sending a fierce gust of dust all around. When it settled, two men waltzed out of fresh ruins around them. To make it worse, the joking manner they carried themselves with made it look like they weren't just walking all over the Crown Prince's lavish home, or what was left of it. "Sixth Prince, is this the way?" "Serjua, just up ahead, yes. Last time I saw the amazing scene in Crown Prince's manor right around here, the still pond." Sixth Prince was all smiles as he led the way. "It's truly a wonder. I wanted this manor too, but elder brother just wouldn't budge. Not even Imperial Father would help me, saying Crown Prince's manor is too important to give to me. That is not proper." Zhuofan nodded. "True, this ain't just about the manor, but the name of the Crown Prince. If the Crown Prince's stuff gets shared to everyone, won't that make him useless? So no matter how much the Emperor dotes on you, he still won't do something so absurd as to affect the Imperial family's image." "That does make sense actually." Sixth Prince nodded, then became confused again. "Doesn't that mean barging in like that will affect elder brother's image just as well? He is Crown Prince after all, so ruining his manor is a bit." Zhuofan glanced at him. "Why should I care?" Sixth Prince jerked and his eyes glittered. "Cool." The two enjoyed the short stroll to the pavilion, looking about like they were window shopping. Anywhere but at the host of this now ruined manor. It didn't get more disrespectful than this. The Crown Prince exploded in fury. "Sixth Prince, what the hell? Are you revolting? Why did you barge your way in here?" "That's totally not it, elder brother. My idol came so I had to play the kind host. Since you have a marvelous natural attraction here, I just brought him over for a look-see." "Look your ass!" The Crown Prince had had it, roaring. "This is the Crown Prince's manor. Yet you destroyed it regardless just for that damn flimsy reason? You're outrageous." Zhuofan and the Sixth Prince didn't pay him any mind. Zhuofan was still looking around the place with a frown. "There's nothing special about this place as well. Where's that wonder you talked about? That lake over there, it's a real rarity. I promise it won't disappoint, Serjua." Sixth Prince stuck to him like glue as he flattered. The Crown Prince was outraged at the blatant disregard. Lianer's dead eyes picked up Zhuofan looking everywhere and her hope renewed. "Zhuofan, why you're Zhuofan." "Yeah, you." Zhuofan had to focus for a second to really place where he had seen her before. "Oh, Tuoba Tieshan's daughter, Lianer. It's been a while, how have you been?" With a weak smile, Lianer sighed in response. Zhuofan shrugged and walked next to the lake, ignoring all the extra people around. "It's not at all what I need." "Oh well, I knew it was a long shot even when I came here." Sigh, "So where exactly is this amazing scenery, Sixth Prince?" "Serjua, it's the lake." The prince skipped before him and pointed. Juefan scanned the place, still ignoring everyone else. Qiao'er felt pain in her heart. Why was it that he was always so disregarding to everyone when she saw him? But this had to be why the people he did notice would forever be in his mind. Qiao'er's features softened, gazing at his inquisitive look, ignoring the rare gentleness on his concubine's face. The crown prince shook from the humiliation and anger. Call all the venerables in this manner. I want this obnoxious fool to meet a swift end. Let him know the price of ruining my home. Yes, sir. The guard bowed and left at once. Juefan didn't know this. Still looking at the lake, the hogtied to Oba, Lufeng saw this and shouted, Juefan, Crown Prince is calling reinforcements. Take my sister and run. Never come back to Quanrong. Who's he now? Juefan turned to where the voice came from. Chapter 810, Thrashing Crown Prince. Chapter 810, Thrashing Crown Prince. Proofreader, Papatonks. The Crown Prince's eyes were on fire from the hatred he put in his glare at Tuoba Lufeng. He went over and kicked the tied-up young commander into the air. Humph, you must have a death wish inviting enemies. Brother! Qiao'er cried out. Juefan looked on with a frown at the unrecognizable Tuoba Lufeng from all the beating. He then nodded. You're that guy playing commander back in Tianyu, Tuoba Lufeng? My, how cool you are now, almost can't hold it in even. Smiley face, a play on words, since the same character is used for cool and commander. Sixth Prince grinned. Ha ha ha, Sir Jua, do you have something against young Tauba? He's in serious trouble right now, yet you're still being mean? Qiao'er glared at Juefan in anger. Well, on the last battlefield we were on opposite sides, though nothing more than that. Shrugging, Juefan had a flat look, returning to inspecting the lake. Sixth Prince, where's that marvel you keep talking about? Tuoba Lufeng shouted in panic. Juefan, Crown Prince has many experts. Don't be reckless and wait for them or it'll be too late. I only hope you'd take my sister with you when you go. Help her out of this hell. God damn it. You're still talking, you're still spilling the beans? Tuoba Lufeng's kind reminder had no effect on Juefan whatsoever. Instead it only incensed the Crown Prince further, and so, the Crown Prince did what he knew best. Kicking the helpless Tuoba Lufeng over and over again. Juefan ignored it all. His mind on the lake. Still Qiao'er was panicking and begged, Juefan, please save my brother. He'll die. Her voice fell on deaf ears. Juefan, my brother is being beaten up for informing you, and you're just going to stand there? Qiao'er teared up, her tone becoming sharper. You damn ingrate. Juefan glanced over. Ingrate? Did I ask him to? He gets what he deserves for running his mouth. Juefan bit back. Qiao'er only grew angrier, but all she could do was stare as the Crown Prince was beating her brother. Sixth Prince, the lake is as plain as it gets. You aren't toying with me, are you? After one last look at the water, Juefan threw a cold look at Sixth Prince, while Tuoba Lufeng's mournful howls sounded in the distance. Sixth Prince had a vague smile. He, it needs to be triggered first. What trigger? Juefan lit up, pointing at the brutal Crown Prince. Sixth Prince grinned. By throwing snow lotus seeds in, a 6th grade pill ingredient that only grows on our Quanrong's Woolera snow peak, will definitely get a reaction. Those seeds are something only Elder Brother has. Crown Prince. Juefan's eyes flashed, but 6th Prince followed with a frown. Brother is petty and would never use the snow lotus seeds when asked. The only times he'd take them out was at holidays or Imperial Father's birthday. Sir Jua, what do you plan to do? Juefan was walking towards Crown Prince and grabbed him in mid-swing, startled. The Crown Prince looked back at Juefan in anger. What do you think you're doing? Are you planning on saving this traitor? Humph, of course you would, since you're on the same side. He even informed you just now. You really think you can save him and leave? Now hold on a second. Juefan shook his head. Your Highness, even if you beat him to death, that's your problem. It has nothing to do with me. Qiao'er glared at him, The hope she had when he grabbed Crown Prince now turned into hatred. The Crown Prince took Xuefan for being afraid and grew bolder. Humph, rotten punk, are you begging for mercy? Humph, well, too bad. When my venerables come, you'll all leave this place as corpses. Oh, let's just leave that for later. Xuefan was calm as he spoke. I just need a snow lotus seed from you. I want to see just what fascinating spectacle you got here. Snow lotus seed. The Crown Prince mocked. You want to see the beauty of this marvel? Ha ha ha. This is Quanrong's proof of good fortune, and only the Imperial family is allowed to appreciate its beauty. Bam. Xuefan flicked his hand and slammed his head into a nearby convenient stone pillar. The Crown Prince's delicate features were now marred with blood, and even some teeth fell off. This was how an eminent figure was reduced to a grotesque creature, looking worse off even when compared to the beaten Tuoba Lufeng. Startled, all were shocked Xuefan was actually so savage against the Crown Prince. Bringing Crown Prince's head around, Xuefan spoke coldly, the snow lotus seed. Don't even think my men are coming. Bam! Xuefan returned to having Crown Prince's face make intimate and brutal contact with a hard rock, again and again for good measure. When he thought it was enough, he brought Crown Prince around, his face unrecognizable, the snow lotus seed. Xuefan demanded, why you? Bam. The snow lotus seed. Bam. Xuefan just kept on smashing his face into a rock while asking. The Crown Prince might think himself some big shot from the Imperial family, but Xuefan thrashed him all the same, until he bawled, the snow lotus seed. Xuefan roared this time, but Crown Prince had long since fallen silent. Enraged, Xuefan returned to smashing, but then he noticed the flailing arms, pointing at his bloody and toothless mouth. Xuefan now realized the guy was unable to speak. The victim pointed to a building on the side as he groaned in tears. Pondering for a bit, Xuefan looked at Sixth Prince. Is he saying the seed is in that building? Sixth Prince, you know how it looks, so go look for it. Sure thing. The prince laughed and skipped over to the building. He didn't so much as bat an eye as his dear elder brother's face was tenderized into an unrecognizable slop. He's one evil brat. Xuefan thought, flicking his hand and throwing the limp Crown Prince away. Returning to the lake and staring down at it, Qiao'er and Tuoba Lufeng were dumbstruck. Xuefan was cold as a rock when talked to, but when he struck, he was a volcano. Even Qiao'er felt a pang of sorrow when looking at the new makeover done on the Crown Prince's face. No matter how big the grudge, such an outcome is too brutal. Going after his face when it was so charming before. But then the two awoke at the dire situation they were in. Oh no! Tuoba Lufeng shot to his feet and shouted, Xuefan, by harming the Crown Prince you became Quanrong's enemy. Take my sister and go. You won't make it out when the experts come. Qiao'er looked tense at Xuefan, then at Tuoba Lufeng. Brother, why don't we just go with father and the rest? This place doesn't want us anymore. I also thought about it, but father is ever loyal to his country. He will never betray it. Tuoba Lufeng sighed. Qiao'er lowered her head in worry and vexation. Glancing over, Xuefan finally recalled the past dealing and said, Dugu Zhantian also died because of his loyalty to his country. I must say, these two geezers sure are alike, ha ha ha. The siblings nodded. The marshal and commander had received such praise from the people was not just from their glorious military victories, but also their loyal character. Xuefan, my father and I may die, but Qiao'er must not lose her life in a place like this. All I ask is that you take her, let the Tauba line go on. No, I still need to see the spectacle here. Tuoba Lufeng begged Xuefan once more, but Xuefan refused. His reason only making the brother feel helpless. Brother, is that eye candy more important than our lives? Eye candy? Xuefan frowned. Is that all this place amounts to, some fancy view? A laughter broke his concentration. Ha ha ha, you think you can just walk away after ruining Crown Prince's home? Are you taking us for props? 9 powerful energies surrounded the place as elders appeared before them. Damn it, The 9 venerables of the Crown Prince Manor are here. They're at the 8th or 9th layer radiant stage, with 4 even at the peak. We're doomed. Tuoba Lufeng cried. Lianer clenched her clammy fists, while Zhuofan frowned. Not because of the elders, of course, but that he got to the wrong place again. Chapter 8:11. Stop bothering me. Chapter 8:11. Stop bothering me. Proofreader, Papatonks. Whoosh. 9 old men landed, sporting cruel looks at the trio. Among them, one guy with scattered hair, the strongest, stepped up and spat, "Humph, you must have a death wish to destroy Crown Prince's manor. Where is His Highness?" Of. Tuoba Liufeng's heart sank, feeling sweat trickling down his spine. Just this guy alone was enough to deal with them. A peak radiant stage expert. In a couple of years he should be a true ethereal stage expert as well, becoming one of the Empire's legends, one of the best with him here. The 3 had no chance of getting away. Tuoba Lufeng sighed at the grim outlook. His hopes gone. I wonder if Zhuofan's sudden arrival was a blessing or a curse. His sister was free of the Crown Prince for now since Zhuofan's intervention, but now the Tauba family would be killed, because of his aggressive handling of the Crown Prince. They might even be labeled as traitors. Tauba Lianer understood they were in serious danger, and her eyes still gave contemplative look to a somewhat oblivious Zhuofan. I asked you a question. Where's His Highness? Seeing them silent, the old man roared. Tuoba Lufeng shook. Finding speaking difficult, Tauba Lianer pointed to where the Crown Prince was lying with a cold face. Over there. I wonder if you still recognize him. That's Crown Prince. They all gasped at the sobbing, gruesome mishmash of features that barely hinted at what once was their elegant and handsome Crown Prince was now reduced to this thing. Those eyes were swollen out of their sockets, the nose more twisted than a ravine, and the former spotless denture turned into a bloody hole. The only reason they even noticed him was because Tauba Lianer pointed out, stunned, seeing a face only a mother could love. The old man roared. It's Crown Prince's signature feature. How, who, what gave you the nerve to harm the Crown Prince like this? You're done for. Whoosh. The old man's anger exploded. Talk, who did this? I'll peel his skin and crush his bones. It'll be ages before I'm through with him. Tuoba Lufeng panicked under the 9's auras. Zhuofan was still in his own world, contemplating more important stuff. Venerables, I did it. If you want to kill someone, kill me. Lianer scrounged up her courage and declared. Tuoba Lufeng cried, Sister. It's fine. Lianer cut him off. This is all my fault. Tianyu used to say women were deadly, and now I have to admit they were right. If it weren't for me, the Tauba family would never have ended up like this. It's all my fault and I should settle it. Lianer spoke with sadness and despair. Tuoba Lufeng's clenched fist shook. Feeling utterly useless, Lianer wanted to use her life to settle it all and save the Tauba family. No, the family was already finished. She was giving him and Zhuofan the chance to get away, but how could her brother just let his sister take the blame? Tuoba Lufeng roared at Zhuofan. Zhuofan, you bastard, is that how a man behaves, letting a woman take the fall for you? Brother! Lianer cried out, having made up her mind. So why was her brother dragging Zhuofan into this? Tuoba Lufeng was firm when he saw Lianer's despair. Harming the Crown Prince was a heavy crime, akin to assassinating a royal member, or rebelling. He could not let it hang over Lianer's head. All of this happened because Zhuofan showed up. The 9 venerables finally noticed Zhuofan that they ignored since he looked so quiet to the side. The 9 people tensed. 8th layer radiant stage. He does have the power. The leading elder squinted and snickered. I see what's going on. You're the one who made a mess of Crown Prince's manor. Ha ha ha, I knew it was odd for a girl to admit it. When the guard reported to us, he said that none of them could fight back. How could a wee girl be so tough? Seeing your high cultivation, it all makes sense. If we 9 hadn't come, none in the Crown Prince manor would be able to hold you. Haha. Zhuofan's mind was still processing. The leading elder took it for cowardice and mocked. Ha ha ha, Here I thought you had guts when attacking Crown Prince, but now I see you're full of it. It's understandable, as not even an 8th layer Radiant Stage cultivator can escape from us 9. Being scared is normal. But to have a girl take the blame for you, talk about useless, ha ha ha. The other 8 looked at Zhuofan with the same disdain as their leader, Sir Zhua. I brought the snow lotus seeds. A whoop of joy sounded in the distance. 6th Prince skipped over to Zhuofan in excitement. Zhuofan woke up at last, staring only at the 6th Prince's figure. Took you long enough. Hurry up and throw them in. I want to see just how fancy this thing is. The mockery was stuck in the 9 elders' throats seeing him ignore them. The 2 soon joined and started throwing seeds into the lake while watching for any signs. The elders' faces sank. For God's sake. Here we thought he was scared when in fact he didn't give a damn about us. He's toying with us. Boy, don't think that your high cultivation is enough to do what you want in Quanrong. You ruined Crown Prince Manor, and I'll have you pay for that. 6th Prince, I heard this is eye candy. Isn't that so average? Sir Zhua, this is a true marvel, I promise. It's a true rare spectacle in this world that won't disappoint, hee hee hee. Oh, I'm relieved. Let's just watch. Zhuofan and 6th Prince were curious about the lake, even ignoring the elders' raving curses, blatant disregard. That was what this was. The old man's face twitched as he barked. Let's get this damn faker, men. I want him dead. Yes, sir. The other elders bowed and shot for Zhuofan. Their mighty auras, filled with bloodthirst, covered the sky. Qiao'er cried, Look out, Zhuofan. Oh no, the bloodthirst is affecting the lake and it's too scared to react. The 6th Prince shivered and cried. Zhuofan's face twitched and his face sank. Turning around and seeing the incoming 8 elders, he roared, Damn geezers, stop bothering me. Who? A mighty gale shot out that went through the 8 elders. The old men lost their lives before even knowing what happened, slumping to the ground like a ton of bricks. To Obalufeng and Qiao'er were shell-shocked. What was that? Bang! A crisp sound echoed and the leading elder felt his legs soften, kneeling on the ground. He was in the lead when the gale had struck him as well. Now he looked deathly pale and overcome with horror, and no way. That soul impact. An ethereal stage expert? Zhuofan went back to his problem, the lake. He asked, 6th Prince, now it's quiet. Will it show up? Yes, soon. 6th Prince grinned. The 2 looked like they came to sightsee. They were calm and the mood was calm too. Finally, only to Obalufeng, Qiao'er and the surviving elder looked at Zhuofan with fear. This guy is even more terrible than before. All kinds of thoughts ran through to Obalufeng's mind. Chapter 812, Flower Fairy. Chapter 812, Flower Fairy. Proofreader, Papatonks. 15 minutes later, the still lake rippled. The snow lotus seeds floated inside, releasing bubbles. As each bubble burst, the seed below it was gone. The ripples became more and more numerous. Zhuofan looked focused, watching as flowers floated to the water surface from deep below, swaying in the sunlight. A total of 1,000 flowers appeared, moving about as if they were dancing. Zhuofan's eyelid twitched, looking straight at the 6th Prince. The prince was smug. Well, Sir Zhua? Isn't it fab? Hee hee. Zhuofan nodded. If it were only a couple of flowers having spirituality, it wouldn't be much. Maybe it was something related to their species. But with 1,000 different flowers all showing the same reaction, living at the bottom of the lake, now that was different. Just what was the deep hiding for such a scene to occur? Is there really a whirlwind tunnel in here? Zhuofan asked the 6th Prince. You just say this won't be just some eye candy, a fancy view. What did you mean by that? Hee hee hee. Well. The 6th Prince wiggled his eyebrow with a vague smile. Revival, something I bet not even Sir Zhua has ever experienced. A revival? Zhuofan frowned, understanding his thoughts. The 6th Prince skipped over to the ghastly-looking Crown Prince. My elder brother is the perfect candidate for Sir to witness this event. Sixth prince grabbed snow lotus seeds and threw them high, shouting, "Eat it, flower fairy!" Bang! With a loud burst, the lake exploded, with a water sprout jutting out and wiggling in the air to catch them all. Then it shot back into the lake, sending a shower of fine water droplets. Each drop released a faint golden glow in contact with anything. When they touched the crown prince, one could see how with every drop, his disfigured face was recovering. Even his teeth grew back. Even the somewhat far too Oba Lufeng, who the golden glow did not reach, was healed in moments. Zhuofan was looking inquisitively, hand on his chin. Quick recovery, along the lines of my returning dragon's roar, if not stronger. Sir Zhuo, well, isn't it amazing? The sixth prince grinned. The crown prince shot to his feet, looking at Zhuofan with fear. Then he scurried away, wanting nothing to do with him. Zhuofan nodded, taking one step to pop in the crown prince's face. He grabbed his skull, cracking it on some random rock and giving him that revolting look again before throwing him to the ground. "Double-I?" The crown prince wailed, his bloody and toothless mouth straining to speak. "I didn't do or say anything. So why?" The sixth prince was curious as well. Zhuofan shrugged. "It'll be more peaceful without his bullshit poisoning the air again. This works." The sixth prince started. The crown prince cried, filled with grief. Yes, this worked like a charm. While the Tauba siblings looked at Zhuofan in silence, he was the only one running his mouth and showing off. His Highness had been a victim to maltreatment twice now, at the hand of the same demon, yet the second time made no sense. This was just not Crown Prince's day. He got beaten in his own home and twice on top of that. Ignoring the others, Zhuofan stared at the lake, then at the 8 dead elders. It was obvious the golden glow was not capable of true revival, only good at healing, just that it was far stronger than most pills. With them having their soul crushed, there was no way to make a comeback. Next was finding out where this golden glow came from. Zhuofan lifted his right hand, covered in a red and brutal glow Qilin arm. Zhuofan flicked his hand right at the lake. Boom. The motion was that of a savage sword, splitting the lake in two. The water towered up to 300 meters. As it rumbled to the sides, it left the lake bed completely exposed. "Sir Zhuo, what are you doing?" The sixth prince was shocked by his action. Zhuofan spoke, "Checking what's below? But there should be nothing there." The sixth prince sighed. Ever since discovering this marvel, elder brother had sent people down there but found nothing. Zhuofan stared hard at it, then said, "Just because they failed, that doesn't mean I will too. Something odd is going on here." Squinting, Zhuofan's soul covered the lake, feeling every nook and cranny, with no result. Is there really nothing? Just then, when he was about to give up, he felt something to one side focusing on the spot. Zhuofan still got nothing. Then it happened again. Zhuofan focused and his right eye sported 6 golden halos. Divine Eye of the Void 6th stage, Void Domain. Bang! Feeling like he had hit a wall, Zhuofan snickered. He then pointed forward and his eye released its power. A palm-sized space pocket formed before him, holding in it a finger-sized golden person. It had transparent wings, humming as they flapped. Its hand was holding on to some snow lotus seeds, looking at Zhuofan in panic. "What's that thing?" The sixth prince cried out in curiosity. Zhuofan said, "Flower spirit, a being born of this world, like a fire spirit or blood spirit. It's nurtured by the world, until it gains spirituality. The flower spirit is a being of wood, an element with brimming vitality. That's why it can heal so perfectly. Although weak in battle, having it around is much better than having pills." Blinking, the sixth prince looked confused, but the least he could catch from that was that it was precious. The flower spirit is nature's favorite and good at hiding. No powerful expert would ever sense it, least of all catch it. A shame my void domain can create a space pocket. As long as I can sense the location, setting it up will trap this little guy, ha ha ha. Holding the flower spirit, Zhuofan had a manic grin. Isn't that right? It kept struggling to flee, but Zhuofan tightened his grip, making its effort useless, until it gave up. Boom! The huge water expunged from the lake finally came down in a mighty roar. Xuefan ignored it and held the ferry as he left. The sixth prince hurriedly asked, "Where are you going, Sir Jua?" "Finding what I came for." Xuefan's eyes shone in glee. A special place with thick spiritual energy is needed to give birth to a fairy. This lake has none of that, which means it moved here. Now I'll have this guy lead the way, taking me to my destination, hee hee hee. The sixth prince followed after him. "Sir Jua, I'm coming too." The fairy crossed its arms and looked at Xuefan in resentment, like that was not gonna happen. "Ha ha ha, little guy, you sure are feisty." With an evil grin, Xuefan stared at its hard face as a black thunderflame flashed in his left eye. Sometimes being stubborn comes with a price. Are you ready for it? Shuddering, the flower spirit sweated, bobbing its head, and water gathered beneath it, as if it peed itself from fear that Thunderflame made it feel like destruction was nigh. Xuefan held a tight grip on the spirit as he left the sixth prince his faithful fan. As for the Taubas, Xuefan had better things to do than mind them. The peak radiant stage elder, now scared to death, was still kneeling and shaking like a leaf. He still couldn't get over the fact Xuefan killed 8 of his men in a flash. Chapter 813, Unstoppable. Chapter 813, Unstoppable. Proofreader, Papatonks. He not once looked at me. Watching Xuefan's back, Lienar's mood fell. She started off feeling despair, then hope, then shock, then despair again. But she ended the cycle with anger. To Oba Lufeng sighed. "Lienar, cut me loose and remove the seal on me." Right." Lienar now recalled her brother's predicament and rushed to release his Yuan Qi. To Oba Lufeng finally got his freedom back. Looking around, seeing the old man lost in his own world, to Oba Lufeng said, "Lienar, this time it's grave. We best rush to father. We have to try and flee with him. With the crown prince's manor ruined, the consequences are dire. Xuefan is an uncaring monster, stirring things up and making us suffer for it. We have no choice but to flee our home." "Brother, how can you say that?" Glaring at him in dissatisfaction, Lienar pouted. "If not for him, we both would have suffered at Crown Prince's hand. I can't even think about what he'd have done." To Oba Lufeng nodded. "Yeah, while the punk ruined everything, he did help us. We should be grateful for it. But we first have to flee from here and not get dragged into this any further." Lienar nodded and the two flew away, leaving the elder behind, still too horrified to react. "High Venerable." Footsteps were heard as a guard looked around to see only the shell-shocked elder. The elder still didn't react. Sighing, the guard shouted in his ear, "High Venerable, the monster is gone." Shaking, the elder finally came out of his stupor. Seeing Xuefan was nowhere around, he sighed and got up. But then he felt chilly below. Looking down, there was a wet patch. The guard chuckled and the old man went red. His glare wiped the smirk off the guard's face. "Ahem, did that guy leave?" "Long ago." "How long?" 15 minutes. The guard bowed, squinting. The elder nodded. "Why did you only wake me up now?" "Because the Tauba siblings." Bam! The guard's words were cut short by the old man's palm, slapping him dead. Glancing over, the elder's eyes grew hard. "Damn fool, you think you'll still get to live after seeing all that? Humph." The elder's eyes darted around. Assured no one else was around, he took out a fresh pair of pants from his ring and changed. He then rushed to the crown prince's side. "Your Highness, what's wrong? Here, take this healing pill." "No!" The crown prince's eyes glinted with hatred, slurring his words through non-existent teeth. "Take me to Elder Hu, I want them to take revenge." The elder bowed, understood. He grabbed the prince and left. There was a wide courtyard in the capital, one that had a large lion statue with the words honor and loyalty engraved on it. Above the gate were the words Tauba Manor written. Unlike the imposing gate, the wind that blew was a cold and bitter one, carrying with it a bleak tone. Along with the dust of the capital inside the manor, 2 men sat upright in the middle of the room, the former commander of Quanrong and the Imperial tutor, Han Tianma frowning, Tuoba Taizhan hesitated before finally jumping to his feet in revulsion. Guards, summon the 8 wolf wardens. I'm going to Crown Prince Manor myself. Wait, Brother Tauba. You can't let it devolve any further. Han Tianma urged, shaking his head. Tuoba Taizhan was vexed. Brother, Lu Feng is my only son, now trapped in Crown Prince Manor. How am I supposed to calm down when His Highness is capable of anything? No matter how restless you are, you can't just go with the city guards. Han Tianma shook his head. The minute you resort to using the guards, and against the Crown Prince too, that would be the moment you'll be taken as a traitor. Then no one can save you. Let's say you get to mobilize all the men, what then? You're now the captain of the guards, not Commander Tauba, leader of millions. Commander Tauba Manor is packed with experts, 9 venerables of immense power. Even if you go, it won't make a difference, so what's the point? Bam! Slamming the table, Tuoba Taizhan glared. Even so, as a father, the least I can do is try. Calm down, Brother Tauba. Han Tianma sighed. Why don't we assemble the court's officials and plead to His Majesty, to be lenient on account of your past? Tuoba Taizhan shook his head. No use. His Majesty issued an unbreakable decree this time, leaving Crown Prince in charge of this. Any that interferes will be executed. Who in the court would be willing to meddle in this? Han Tianma sighed. His Majesty is too easy on the Crown Prince, yet cruel to his ministers. People's opinion of him will sour. Master! A cry came as a servant rushed before Tuoba Taizhan. Why, young miss, she. What about her? Tuoba Taizhan cried. The servant girl jerked. Young miss knocked me out and ran away. She must be going to Crown Prince Manor to save young master. Damn that girl. Is she trying to anger me to death? Tuoba Taizhan was panicking, shouting, Have the 8 wolf wardens assemble the men, surround Crown Prince Manor. Brother Tauba, you must calm down. No, not this time. At the very least, I'll have the 2 children flee while I shoulder the blame. Tuoba Tieshan's mind was made up. Sighing, Han Tianma shouted after him, Tuoba Taizhan, do you really plan on throwing away all you accomplished? Are you going to become a criminal to Quanrong? Tuoba Taizhan shook, but his eyes were firm. As the commander of Quanrong, I have fought for my country all my life, and shall never betray it. No matter how much His Majesty forsakes me, I will not complain. But I am also a father. How can I just sit by and watch my children bear unjust crimes? Han Tianma, today I may be convicted of crimes and my head will hang high above the city gate. I will have no regrets knowing I did all I could for the future of my children. Tuoba Taizhan was soon gone. Han Tianma sighed and got up to follow. Commander, the men are here. We await your orders. Outside the manor, the 8 wolf wardens were gathered. Tuoba Taizhan eyed them and shouted, We march. Yes, sir. The 8 wolf wardens bowed, glee dancing in their eyes. The last 8 years had been spent in unrest, hardly ever fighting and always held back. Now they were going to let loose, against the Crown Prince no less. Yet they were still joyful. It was their honor to serve under the commander. Wait, Tuoba Taizhan. Han Tianma caught up. Tuoba Taizhan didn't even look back. My mind is set. I'm not trying to sway you. I want to come with you, old friend. It would be great if I can convince His Highness to let them go. If not, I'll be most willing to be labeled a traitor alongside you. Shaking, Tuoba Taizhan laughed. Good, ha ha ha. The army marched, their spirits uplifted, their drive ignited. Yet after 2 steps, a staggering figure entered their vision, an Imperial palace guard. Did His Majesty find out already? Did he come to stop us? Tuoba Taizhan and the rest were tense. If this was the Emperor's decree, then before them had to be a huge army to block their path, but the Imperial Guard actually went and panicked at their sight. Commander Tauba, you truly are the Empire's god of war, of such brilliant mind as to foresee the Imperial Palace is in peril and send the men to aid it. The Imperial Palace is in danger? Tuoba Taizhan and the rest were stunned, panting. The Imperial Guard showed fear. Yes, the sixth prince brought a youth as he barged into the Imperial Palace. He's unstoppable. He's almost at His Majesty's chambers. Chapter 8:14 Assaulting the Imperial Palace. Chapter 8:14 Assaulting the Imperial Palace. Proofreader, Papatongs. Boom. Waves upon waves of Imperial guards poured out of the palace gates, only to be blown away by rumbling explosions as pieces of their former selves, with a constant drizzle of blood going on. It marked the dark and cruel end of tens of thousands of soldiers. Shuofan flicked his red right fist and looked uncaringly at the flower spirit held tightly in his left. It was like he was out mowing a lawn or something and not butchering people. Which way is it this time? Don't try to play me, you pint. Shuddering in fear, the flower spirit shook its head and pointed at a large wall. Boom. Another rumble sounded. Shuofan found it a waste of time circling around to use the front gate, so he just made a new one right here, in the 50-meter-tall wall. The sixth prince, sticking close like any true fanboy would, was mulling over whether Shuofan had stopped being human at this point, as he kept charging in like a raging beast. If there was no way he'd find it, anyone that stepped between him and his goal would leave the scene as a corpse. Or maybe Shuofan no longer registered these people as living beings, merely as obstacles. Sixth Prince, Sir Zhua is truly reckless. This is the Imperial Palace he's barging into, killing left and right. With his insane power, it won't matter who he steps on, but once he's gone, you'll be left behind. He'll go, wiping his hands of it all, and you'll take the fall. Jin Buhuan and his three elders were overwhelmed by what they saw, crying and fearful as he urged the prince. They had followed the two all the way here, following Zhuofan's wake of destruction from the Crown Prince Manor. Now that they saw Zhuofan's brutality for themselves, they feared for their lord. Sixth Prince, we have to leave now, while His Majesty is yet to realize your involvement. We'll then say he forced us when we're questioned and be absolved of any blame. Sixth Prince was thinking, but he snapped, Humph, Sir Zhua is my honored guest. I said I'll take him to what he's searching, and that's what I'll do. Since it's about to be found, I will accompany Sir Zhua to confirm this. If you're scared, you're welcome to leave. Flicking his sleeves, Sixth Prince huffed and shooed the four away as he caught up to Zhuofan with a chuckle. Sir Zhua, wait for me. This is insane, Jin Buhuan sighed, but then decided, to hell with it. Then he went after as well. Sixth Prince was their lord. After all, Zhuofan stepped through anything that came before him, men or stone, with a few men following behind him with worry. What would they do once Zhuofan walked away? Sixth Prince didn't look to have given this problem much thought, always beaming as he watched his idol at work. Why, Your Majesty, the criminal is just 1,000 meters away. I beg Your Majesty to flee. Why, Your Majesty, he is at 800 meters. Please flee, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. In a tranquil garden, the peace was broken as all kinds of nervous voices shouted. The Imperial guards just kept on coming one after the other, fully distraught and panicking as they reported what they said was almost always the same, that the criminal was getting closer, and they could not stop it. The people in the palace were afraid now, but also suspicious. Where did such a freak come from all of a sudden? When did Quanrong mess with such a godly expert? None could make sense of it, not even the Emperor in his golden robe. He was now frowning, stressed out by the sudden and brutal development. He had no idea what unforgivable sin might have been committed to deserve such retribution. The Quanrong Empire had the beast-taming sect's protection. While totally disdained, beast-taming sect would still care about its name and defend it, so why? Boom! The Emperor's thoughts were blown away by the sound. Looking over, he saw a hill being blown away not 100 meters from where he was when the dust cleared. a handful of people walked out. In the lead was Zhuofan, the main culprit, with the Emperor's sixth son at his side. Following a few steps behind were his venerables. The Emperor's mouth twitched, his face falling. "Son, now you're trying to rebel? What are you doing charging into the Imperial Palace with an outsider? Is it because I didn't give you Crown Prince's manor? Haven't I made it up to you with that glorious waterfall? Did you have to go this far? I'm such a fool looking after you." "Imperial Father, what are you saying? This is no rebellion, nor do I want your seat. You just have to sit tight and not move. Have a feast, get the girls to dance and ignore us." Sixth Prince rolled his eyes. The Emperor was stunned. "If this is not a rebellion, why are you barging into the Imperial Palace? How's it my fault?" Sticking out his chin, the sixth Prince spoke with pride and honor. "I wanted to go in, but those guards just wouldn't listen. My dear guest is quite impatient as well, wanting to get in at once. Those guards stopped us without reason, so we just went through them." The Emperor's brow shook as he sized Zhuofan up. "You broke into the Imperial Palace because you're impatient? Have you lost it? Couldn't you have waited for an audience with me?" Shrugging, the sixth Prince remained silent, ignoring their argument. Zhuofan looked at the spirit pointing the way to a rock garden. "This way?" "Wait, what are you doing?" The Emperor shouted in panic. Zhuofan never paid him any mind. The sixth Prince also followed Zhuofan like before, making the Emperor twitch. The Emperor roared, "Son, stop him." "Can't do, Imperial Father. How can I do what thousands of guards couldn't?" The sixth Prince shrugged with a chuckle, sighing. The Emperor held his head. "It's over, disaster is upon us. What criminal dares to make a ruckus with Tuoba Taizhan around?" Following this shout, Tuoba Taizhan marched his thousands of troops into the garden, surrounding it. The 8 wolf wardens appeared before Zhuofan, filled with battle spirit. "Your Majesty, I ask that you forgive my delay." Tuoba Taizhan cupped his hands at the Emperor. The Emperor was overjoyed. "It's fine, Commander Tauba. You came just in time. Catch that man. Stop him from destroying everything." "Yes, sir." Tuoba Taizhan bowed and shouted, 8 wolf wardens, arrest that man." The 8 wolf wardens were about to obey. "Wait." The Tauba siblings took this moment to arrive. Tuoba Taizhan cried out, "Lu Feng, you all. Father, please hurry and stop the wardens. We can't touch this man. We'll only earn more casualties." Rushing before the commander, Tuoba Lu Feng and Liena urged him. Having seen Zhuofan's mighty power, they were totally convinced that not even the entire Tauba family and its army would be of any use. Tuoba Taizhan was shocked. The Tauba family was one devoted to serving their nation, always brave and sharp, never cowardly, but these two were urging him to stand down. Who is this man to make them ask their own father to stop? Is there no hope at all? Tuoba Taizhan looked over closer, finding the culprit familiar. "The best steward in Tianyu, Zhuofan?" The 8 wolf wardens looked as well and were shocked to the core. Zhao Lahan still remembered the bitterness he suffered back then faced with this old enemy. Old fears resurfaced, fears powerful enough to make them falter. Zhuofan never spoke a word so far, but then the Emperor said, "Commander Tauba, you know him." "Not just know him. He is the only one in my entire life that made me lose in battle." Tuoba Taizhan sighed. The Emperor cried, "You mean, 8 years ago, the second god of war in Tianyu, Dugu Zhantian's replacement? But what's he doing in Quanrong? Is he a spy?" The entire Tauba family tensed, looking at the Emperor with twitching faces. "Your Majesty, have you ever seen a commander resorting to grunt work?" Chapter 8:15 Secret Path. Chapter 8:15 Secret Path. Proofreader, Papatonks. "Your Majesty, I don't think he would do that himself." Tuoba Taizhan shook his head, turning back to Zhuofan and shouting, "Zhuofan, since you had the nerve to barge into Quanrong Imperial capital, I, as its captain of the guards, shall arrest you." "Father!" Tuoba Taizhan started to shout, turning to see his son and daughter shaking their heads. Father, that's the worst thing you could possibly do. He's more savage than before. Confused, Tuoba Taizhan scratched his head. Once bitten, twice shy? The last time we only lost against an army. But now he's all alone against all of us. Yet you're telling me I still can't take him? Father, don't look down on him just for being alone. He'll still mow us down. The Tauba siblings knew what he was thinking, constantly shaking their heads. Tuoba Taizhan was still perplexed as to why is the destroyer of Crown Prince's manor here? 4 figures landed. Elder Hu, he's the one. The Crown Prince's High Venerable carried the bedridden Crown Prince. As he bowed before a muscled youth, the Crown Prince crawled higher on the High Venerable's back and cursed when he saw Zhuofan. Elder Hu, he's the one. Kill him. With me here, all will be over soon. The man turned to Zhuofan and then widened his eyes, roaring, You again, brat? Zhuofan was perplexed. Another youth next to Elder, who stomped hard as his features twisted. Rotten punk, I guess you don't recognize us now, but we certainly do. After that loss, we vowed that one day we'll pull every bone from your body and make you experience pain like no other. Who thought that today will be the day we'll do it? No one will save you now, not even heaven itself. The man cackled, releasing his mighty aura and making even High Venerable shake in fear. This is the power of an ethereal stage expert. So strong. Elder Lang, you have something with the kid too? The High Venerable asked. Great, now old and new grievances will be washed away today. Elder Lang's eyes were bloodshot. Humph, just a grievance? That day in Tianyu, he ruined my body. Who? He didn't finish as a whistling sound was heard, followed by a large scarlet dragon claw grabbing all 4 of them. The 4 struggled for nothing, as even their souls were stuck in the draconic grip. Elder, whose eyes bugged out. What is this? Soul? You're a radiant stage cultivator. How can you form a soul? Why is it so strong? The scarlet dragon claw came from behind Zhuofan like a third hand. Zhuofan looked annoyed right now. Since you survived, keep your nose down. Why the hell are 2 fleas coming to buzz in my ears about old times? Bam! The dragon claw clenched and the 4 exploded in a shower of blood, splattering on everyone around. The victims had no chance to even wail their demise, destroyed in body and soul, including the 2 ethereal stage cultivators. The witnesses were speechless. 2 ethereal stage experts and a peak radiant stage cultivator were squashed like bugs. Tuoba Taizhan looked from his children to Zhuofan, now understanding their fear. Zhuofan was no longer human to be able to kill ethereal stage experts so easily. The 8 wolf wardens faltered and shivered. Zhuofan was worlds above them even before. Alone they were no match for Zhuofan, but using human wave tactics they could stall him, something impossible right now. Zhuofan was beyond their reach. An eerie silence fell. Everyone regarded Zhuofan with fear. An ethereal stage expert was seen as a god by these people, but they died all the same in the easiest manner possible. Taking back the claw, Zhuofan returned to his calm demeanor. 6th Prince, this pint is pointing at that hill. Is there something off about it? Shouldn't be. That is a view I often visited when I was small. It should be fine. The 6th Prince was puzzled as he looked around. Zhuofan inspected his surroundings and smiled. So it's a concealing array, one powered by sacred stones. No wonder it's hard to see. But what's it hiding? Void annihilation. With a creepy smile, Zhuofan's right eye flashed golden twice. Rumble. Something broke then, and everyone's view changed. It was like a mirror had just suffered a crack and started crumbling, and vanishing before them was a pitch-black cave in the hill. The flower fairy pointed right at it, grinning. Zhuofan walked forward, but a shout came, "Wait, sir!" Zhuofan started and turned to the speaker, the Quanrong Emperor. Only this time, the Emperor had lost his panicking look, turning grave. "Sir, no matter who you are, if you go in, you may not come back. This barrier is Quanrong's shame, and also a catalyst. You shouldn't have broken it. No one can stop me from getting what I want. Thanks for the reminder. Zhuofan walked forward without hesitation and jumped in. The sixth prince followed him, but the emperor shouted, "Son! Imperial father, actually, I knew of this place long ago." The sixth prince smiled, his eyes sharp. "This is our empire's shame and the imperial family's disgrace. One day this barrier would have been lifted, only no one dared to, but I believe Sir Zhuo would be the one to break everything. I have seen his might in the double dragon gathering. He's not like those hypocrites." The sixth prince jumped in. The emperor wanted to stop him but could only sigh as he was too late. Tuoba Taizhan was puzzled. "Your Majesty, what's in there?" "Why, old Commander Tauba, if they don't come out, take your men and run, or they would destroy." The emperor sighed and shook his head. "Who's they?" Whoosh! However, a figure flashed by and Lianer jumped right in. Tauba Lianer rushed after her. Lianer! For people had just gone into the dark cave, their signature lost to Oba Taizhan was sweating, but the emperor held his shoulder. "Old commander, it's all up to luck now. Seeing how easy the man killed 2 ethereal stage experts, I hope he will be able to bring everyone back. Then, I wish for Commander Tauba to take my son and go." Shaking, Tuoba Taizhan looked at the emperor lost, his face grave. "Why would His Majesty ask me to flee with his son? Is the enemy, Your Majesty, Crown Prince's body? Feed it to the dogs." The emperor's eyes were filled with hatred. Tuoba Taizhan was shocked more than ever. Meanwhile, Zhuofan landed in the cave, and all he saw was a winding path through the earth. The flower spirit pointed onward, and Zhuofan nodded, but then he heard a shout from above, and Zhuofan shook his head. Sidestepping, he witnessed 3 mighty thumps as 3 people landed hard on their rear. That you're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.